looking at you. So rent your tuxedo at Men's Warehouse, and you'll look almost as good as she does. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Lancer, Outlander, Eclipse SE, Mitsubishi's hottest selling models. No one has more or for less than Max Matson Mitsubishi. The proof is in the numbers. Low prices, high MPGs, and maximum warranty protection. Max Matson Mitsubishi, Chicagoland's leader with 3 locations. Mitsubishi Motors, driven to thrill.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
But if you never try, you'll never know just what you want.
Well, if it only were that easy to just hit the rewind button, the Cubs tonight try to forget about a forgettable Monday and look ahead to Tuesday night against the Los Angeles Dodgers. After an 11-3 loss yesterday, they look to get back to their winning ways tonight. Game 2 of a 4-game series here on Comcast Sportsnet. And welcome to Cubs Baseball. I'm Len Casper. We'll hear from Bob Brenly here momentarily. It was a rough day for Carlos Zambrano. He was booed off the mound, and he was critical of the fans after the ball game. Today, he met the media again and apologized.
I am a human, you know. I make a mistake, and the good thing about myself is when I make a mistake, I know that I have to apologize. I know that I have to do the correct things, you know. And this coming from my heart. I love these fans. I love the Cubs fans. I think that they're still being the greatest fan of baseball. And you know, they had the right to boo people, to do whatever they have to do, because they've been waiting for 98 years, and you know, sometimes we don't do a good job, and they get frustrated too.
We'll put yesterday behind us and move forward, and are very, very well appreciative of our great fans, and we'll do our best the rest of September to make them happy in October.
And Bob, the bottom line for the organization and for the fans is performance, and everybody wants Carlos to be better.
Carlos wants to be better himself. I think they handled this thing as well as you possibly could. You heard Jim Hendry say at 7:05, we move on and forget about it until Carlos's next start.
Let's talk about the starting pitchers tonight. Brad Penny looking to maybe win the Cy Young, although he has struggled a little bit lately, and Steve Trachsel will make his Cubs debut part 2.
Yeah, the Cubs are very good fastball hitters. They're going to get a belly full from Brad Penny. Penny tonight. In the month of August, he's a mortal 1-2 with an ERA of 4 after going 10-1 in the first half of the season.
And for Trachsel, as a Chicago Cub, he will make start 100 here at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, the one concerning number there, the walks to strikeouts. But Steve Trachsel is a nibbler. He cannot afford to throw the ball over the heart of the plate, and he's going to walk some guys from time to time.
And the one good thing about yesterday was the leadoff home run from Alfonso Soriano. He'll try to do that again in the bottom of the first tonight. It's Soriano and the Cubs against Russell Martin and the Dodgers coming up.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Menards is where you'll find quality products. Aluminum soffit and fascia is low maintenance, available in 13 colors, and never needs painting. A 12-inch overhang is only $224 a linear foot. Owens Corning 25-year architectural appearance Skyview shingles are just $12.96 a bundle. Laminated 30-year duration shingles feature Sure-Nail technology and have a 110-mile-an-hour wind rating, only $16.99 a bundle. Plus, there are 0 payments and no interest till summer when you use your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Your local area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Ricoh, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and The Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Beautiful night here on the north side as the Cubs play the Los Angeles Dodgers. Game 8 of a 10-game stay here at Wrigley Field. Cubs are 4-3 to this point. And let's check in on the Dodgers Southwest starting lineup against new Cub, old Cub, Steve Trachsel. For call, Pierre, Kemp, 1 through 3. Kent, former Cub Luis Gonzalez, Russell Martin in the middle, Loney, LaRoche, and Penny rounding it out.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Ricoh. Move your ideas forward with Ricoh dependability. Soriano and Jones in left and center. Daryl Ward getting the start out in right field tonight. Ramirez and Terrio on the left side. DeRosa and Lee once again on the right side. Jason Kendall back in the lineup, even though that left hand is a little puffy by his own description. And he'll be catching right-hander Steve Trachsel. Welcome back, Trax.
The great John Sebastian song from way back when. And it's appropriate. Steve Trachsel, his numbers with the Baltimore Orioles, and he will make his first start as a Chicago Cub since 1999 tonight.
We had Jim Hendry in the booth a couple of days ago talking about the addition of Steve Trachsel to this pitching staff, and I asked him about the Wrigley factor. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do to come in here to Wrigley Field in front of a full house every night, and we know what the expectations are like, but Steve Trachsel's a guy who has gone down this road before and should be very comfortable out there on the Wrigley mound.
So his first Cub start since October 3rd of 1999. His last win as a Cub, September 28th of that year at Philadelphia. And here we go. For call, swings at the first pitch, bounces it right to Derek Lee. So 26 more pitches, that's all Trachsel needs. Cubs can get one. How about an hour and 20 minutes?
He's on pace. That would be a record for Steve Trachsel. Beautiful evening here at Wrigley. Once again, 84 degrees. The wind appears to be blowing from the right field corner toward the left field corner. May give those left or rather right-handed pull hitters a little bit of an assist tonight.
Former Cub Juan Pierre looks at strike one.
That's a veteran pitcher on the mound. You get one out with one pitch to the leadoff hitter. You know Juan Pierre is going to take a strike in this at bat, so Trachsel just lays that first one right down the middle of the plate, jumps ahead in the count.
Officially the wind out of the east at 4, so technically blowing in, although it was out of the south recently, so it's shifted a little bit. Juan bunts it foul. 1-2 on the Dodger #2 hitter. And I say that about the wind mainly because they do keep records, as we talk about a lot, of the game time wind trends. So you hear about the wind blowing in, out, or a crosswind. But as we well know, that can change in the middle of a ball game. You can get both. Nice play by Trachsel. Pierre is out.
Here's a scouting report on Steve Trachsel. Throws a lot of high fastballs across the top of the zone, tries to get some swinging strikes, and because he is up there a lot, he gives up a lot of fly ball outs. Talked about his walk to strikeout ratio. He lives on the edges of the zone. He really, at this stage of his career, doesn't have the kind of stuff to challenge the middle of the strike zone. And anybody that's seen this man pitch before knows that he can be deliberate.
So the key would be to not allow base runners, because that's when it really slows down. Oh, were you finished, by the way? I didn't know if you
I
were
had
finished.
more, but
Okay.
that's all right. I think we're going to have time to squeeze it in tonight.
I didn't know if that was a period or a semicolon at the end of that last line. C.B. Buckner will call the balls and strikes tonight in his 9th big league season. Born in Jamaica, resides in New York in the offseason. Inside on Matt Kemp. He's playing right. It was Andre Ethier out there yesterday. Cubs lead is still a game and a half over Milwaukee. Brewers lost at home, so did St. Louis. Cardinals 2 out, bobbled by Ramirez, and Kemp is on. That's an error on Ramirez. The 3rd Cub error of the series.
That ball just stayed down the whole way out to Ramirez at third base. It looked like he was expecting a hop there at the end of that play, and it just stayed down. He was able to knock it down, but unfortunately couldn't regain his balance and pick the ball up.
So Kemp is on, and Jeff Kent will be the hitter. 1 for 3 with a walk, 2 RBIs, scored a run, and was caught stealing in game 1. Off the plate. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, I had a couple of hairs out of place in the open. I was not doing alfalfa. See right at the top? Yeah, there it is.
I thought you meant to do that. It's an antenna.
Yeah. Just noticed that.
That's how you pick up all those out-of-town games, and you're so up to date on what's happening in those ball games.
Well, you have a makeup artist who takes care of all your needs here at the ballpark. I have to do it all by myself. You know, sometimes mistakes are made.
Yeah, a makeup artist that puts it on with a paint roller. That's my makeup artist.
Two 2-0 on Kent. The kick and the pitch. A little bit outside, and now 3-0. Luis Gonzalez on deck. Trachsel was acquired from the Baltimore Orioles on Friday in exchange for right-hander Rocky Cherry and left-handed hitting infielder Scott Moore. And he replaces left-hander Sean Marshall in the rotation this time through. And talking with Larry Rothschild, the Cubs pitching coach, they're not quite sure just yet what the rotation will look like starting on Friday in Pittsburgh. Whether Sean Marshall would rejoin the rotation, a lot of it depends on how Trachsel pitches tonight. We do know that Ted Lilly will take the ball tomorrow night, and Jason Marquis will go on Thursday.
You know, Lennon, we talked off the air before about this time of season and the addition of another pitcher to the rotation. And a lot of people may consider it gamesmanship, but it's not out of the question that you could start a lefty or a right-handed pitcher, have him go an inning or two, and then immediately flip to the opposite arm and have that opposing team caught with bad matchups.
Well, they have Kemp picked off. He's had some base running problems for the Dodgers, and Terrio did apply the tag. And Kemp is out. So nice job by Steve Trachsel as he picks off Kemp to end the inning. The Cubs are coming up.
You have to be here.
They've stormed beaches and freed countries. They've raised our flag and our hope. They've been called leathernecks. They've been called devil dogs. But above all, they're called Marines.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand, and still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Cubs come in at 70 up, 66 down, a game and a half ahead of the second place Milwaukee Brewers. Now the Cubs Southwest. Starting lineup is written out by Lou Piniella. Soriano with the leadoff homer yesterday. He also added a double. Ryan Terrio at short. Lee Ramirez, Daryl Ward getting the start in right field. He's been terrific in a part-time role this year. Mark DeRosa snapped an 0 for 14 yesterday. Jones, Kendall, good to see Jason back in the lineup. And Steve Trachsel looking for his first hit of the year.
And let's take a look at the Dodgers defensively. Luis Gonzalez in left, Juan Pierre in center, Matt Kemp, who was just picked off, out in right field. LaRoche for call, Kent and Loney across the infield. Russell Martin will be doing the catching once again tonight for right-hander Brad Penny. Looking for his 15th victory of the season. I mentioned in the opening was 10-1 in the first half of the season with an ERA just over 2. He's been a little more human in the second half, which kind of follows his career path. He's been a much better pitcher in the first half of the season throughout his career.
Big swing and a miss by Soriano. Be easy to say Brad Penny's a big, strong kid. We used to say that, but he's 29. He's not really a kid anymore. 6'4", 260.
And you may have noticed already the odd little thing in his delivery. He kind of looks up toward the lights on the left field side of the stadium in the middle of his delivery. It's kind of reminiscent of Fernando Valenzuela, the way he used to look up at the bill of his cap in the middle of his delivery. It has to be a little scary for a hitter. You wonder where this guy's looking.
Oh, well, there you go. Right over Soriano's head. I think Penny maybe is just looking to make sure the lights are on after that delay yesterday. Boy, this one, ooh, that's scary.
91 miles an hour right over Soriano's head. Make like a turtle. Try to pull your head down into your shoulders.
Call will flag it down, but he won't make a throw. And Soriano has an infield hit to start it. Now the LoJack caught stealing replay. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
They catch Matt Kemp leaning the wrong way over there, and a perfectly executed rundown by the Cubs. Derek Lee got him moving toward second base. Terrio had his momentum coming toward the runner. Very easy play.
Ryan Terrio into right. First and second, nobody out. And Bob, this really is, I think, how you have to beat Brad Penny. He has allowed a minuscule 5 home runs in 178 innings. That's .25 homers per 9. The best ratio in the major leagues.
Yeah, you really have to put together an attack against Brad Penny. Take advantage of every base runner that you get in the ball game. May see Lou play a little more hit and run tonight. I mentioned Brad Penny throws a lot of fastballs. He really likes his heater.
Third in the National League in earned run average. He's second on the road at 2.74. He faces a former Florida teammate, Derek Lee. 1 ball, no strikes. Under the lights, 2.42. That's 4th in the National League. He is a solid Cy Young contender. That's a strike 1-1. But having said that, he has just 1 win over his last 7 starts. And Grady Little thought he looked a little fatigued in his last outing. Just 5 innings, 6 runs at Washington.
Well, you could certainly understand if Brad Penny is fatigued at this time of year. He is a maximum effort pitcher out there on the mound. I get the biggest kick out of it, Len. I talked to him when he was a youngster with the Arizona Diamondbacks, talked to him when he was with the Marlins, and recently here with the Dodgers. And every time I talk to Brad Penny, ask him how he's doing, he says, I'm throttling back a little bit this year. I'm not throwing as hard. I'm gonna try to spot the ball a little more. And then he goes out and starts the game and looks like a guy at the county fair trying to knock over those lead milk bottles. He just lets every pitch go.
And his last start was actually at home against the Nationals. 3rd career start at Wrigley Field. He's 1-1. Big swing by Derek. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Cubs with 2 on and no outs as they try to jump on Brad Penny. Kick and the 2-2. Upstairs, 95 on the heater, 3-2. Ramirez on deck. Fans getting into it. Here it comes. And this is going to be the 3rd double play Derek has hit into in the first 2 games of this series. A couple of 5-4-3s yesterday and 6-4-3 tonight. So when the dust settles, Alfonso Soriano at 3rd base with 2 outs.
And once again, Penny with that fastball gets it inside just enough on Derek Lee that the end result is an easy ground ball right at the shortstop. That's a tailor-made double play ball. Ramirez with good career numbers against Brad Penny. 9 for 21 lifetime. That's a .429 batting average. Still looking for his first bomb against Brad Penny, but as you said, he doesn't give up a lot.
Yeah, that number is pretty remarkable these days. 5 home runs and now almost 179 innings.
And in 307 at bats against left-handed hitters, he's only given up 1 home run. He's actually pitched much better against lefties than righties this season. Left-handers were hitting .212 coming into play tonight. Right-handers hitting at a .286 clip.
So have we jinxed him enough?
Well, we're trying.
3-0. Daryl Ward on deck. There's ball 4. And it will be Daryl Ward, who has hit .392 as a starter. He hasn't done it a whole lot. He's been called upon. He's been terrific. 2 home runs, 12 RBIs, and 15 starting assignments. And he is a former Dodger. He was back in 2003. Did not go well. He hit just 183, 109 at bats. Penny taking his time with runners on base. I think he wanted that one, didn't get it from C.B. Buckner, so he's missed on 6 in a row after getting that double play ball off the bat of Derek Lee.
Well, if history holds true, the strike zone will be very fluid tonight. Players have had a lot of problems with C.B. Buckner when he's calling balls and strikes.
Brandon Backey making his first start of the year, coming off Tommy John surgery with the Astros. He's given up a Ryan Braun home run, number 27 for Braun. So the Brewers lead 1-0, top of the second there. And the bases are loaded for Mark DeRosa. And in St. Louis tonight, the Cardinals have gotten a couple off Matt Morris, who's pitching for the Pirates. Joel Pinheiro with a scoreless first. So it's 2-0 St. Louis. We'll keep you posted. So 2 singles and 2 walks in the inning and still no runs. Mark DeRosa's trying to change that. Driven to right and deep, kept back on it, and he has it. Did not go smoothly for Brad Penny, but he gets out of the first, believe it or not, with no runs allowed. 0-0 after 1.
Here we can see that the structure of price variance is going to shift unilaterally according to daily expenditures and profit margins. And here on slide 88 of 250, we have a contribution margin.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 6 daily nonstop flights from Chicago Midway to Denver, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient nonstop flights and on-time service.
You are now free to move about the country.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
It's Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. With so many great models to choose from, it's the right time to buy. Right now, lease a Toyota Camry for just $199 a month. Get 0% APR on a luxurious Avalon, or get $2,000 cash back on a roomy Sienna minivan. Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. Going on now.
Hey Cubs fans, tune in to Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack caught stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
But I'm proud of the fact that he did apologize. Everybody's entitled to make a mistake. And we'll turn a new page. And Larry and I, our jobs are to get this guy back to where he was in June and July, and we'll do everything we can. I mentioned yesterday after the game, I got the utmost confidence that he will.
That's Lou Piniella talking about Carlos Zambrano as Jeff Kent picks up a leadoff single here in the second for the Dodgers. the next 2 starts for Zambrano scheduled to be on the road, and that's probably best right now. And he's actually pitched better on the road than he has here at home. And you know what? If he pitches well the next time he comes to Wrigley Field, it's going to be fine. The fans just want performance. And you know, we've talked about it many times. If you play well, they won't boo.
Well, you know, everybody would like unconditional love from the fans, but you know, this is not Little League. This is not high school. This is not college baseball where you're constantly getting encouragement from your staff and your fans. This is professional baseball, and you're held accountable for your performance on the field. And the fans expressed their displeasure. And as I said in the opening of the show, nobody's more upset about it than Carlos Zambrano. This guy wants to be the man. He wants to go out there and put zeros on the board and give his team a chance to win. And unfortunately, in the month of August, it's been a really, really tough go for him.
Well, maybe we'll have another opening day after the Barrett incident. He said, I'm starting my season over, and all of a sudden he went on a huge run. The Cubs would love to see another one. His splits 5-8 at home with a 5.18 on the road. 9-4 with a 3.56. His next start will be in Pittsburgh over the weekend.
Well, ideally, he rights the ship on the road, and as you said, comes back here to Wrigley the next time he pitches in front of the home crowd and gives them something to cheer about.
2 balls, no strikes. Luis Gonzalez make it 3-0.
One thing with Steve Trachsel, and if you watch the velocities on his fastball, it'll range anywhere from the low 80s to the low 90s on a good night. Tonight, most of his best fastballs have been 87, 88, but he'll throw it anywhere in the 80s. Add a little, take a little off.
Just missed, and the Dodgers have their first 2 on. Now, Cub fans remember Steve Trachsel in the 1998 season. Couple of moments in that year certainly stand out. It was the big home run race between Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire, and this was the tie-breaking home run number 62 for McGwire. And then later in that season, Steve Trachsel was tremendous in game 163, the wild card playoff against the San Francisco Giants. Called strike as Martin pulled the bat back. And he was tremendous. And Barry Bonds to swing and miss.
Who?
Here we go. 6 innings, 1 hit. He took a no-hitter into the 7th inning. Here's the final out. Rod Beck locking in that win as the Cubs went to the playoffs. 1-1 on Martin. Martin went 2 for 2, 2 RBIs, scored twice in the opener. That's low. Steve has talked about his deliberate nature on the mound. He said it's all about concentration. Tries to visualize the pitch before he throws it. I think has a better sense of humor about it than he used to. Breaking ball for a strike.
Well, you know, I quote that great philosopher Dirty Harry Callahan all the time. A man has got to know his limitations, and Steve Trachsel knows what he needs to do to be effective. He's not the kind of guy that can get the ball back, jump up on the bump, and fire another ball over the heart of the plate. He has to nibble, he has to change speeds, and the deliberate pace with which he works tends to throw the hitter's timing off at the plate.
Flared to right, and it's going to be a base hit. Maybe Daryl Ward's going to throw to second. They got him. It will not be a hit for Martin. know if Daryl actually knew that he had time to get Gonzalez at first, or at first blush, I should say, but then he noticed that Gonzo was nowhere near second base, and he fired a strike to get the out. So that'll be a fielder's choice for Russell Martin.
Tough play for the base runners. It looked like Daryl Ward might have had an opportunity to catch that ball in the air. You can see where Gonzalez is right there. He goes halfway trying to read the ball, and when it drops in front of Ward, Gonzo's got to hustle to get to second base, and Ward with a strong throw gets him. Went from a base hit to a fielder's choice.
First and third with one out as opposed to the bases loaded. After looking at the replay, actually, I think Daryl saw the play the entire time. It just took him a little while to kind of crank it up and fire that strike. So a fielder's choice 9-6. And time called at the plate. We have the benefit of being high atop Wrigley Field, and pretty early on I think we both knew that ball was going to drop, but I think down on the field it looked like that ball may hang up for Daryl Ward. Strike one on James Loaning.
Yeah, it'd make it a lot easier as a player at field level if you had access to our view up here from the press box. I mean, as you said, we could see very early on that play it was going to drop in front of Daryl Ward, but the base runners down at field level didn't see it that way.
Well, let me ask you this. Did Luis do the right thing, or should he be committed one way or the other a little bit more?
I think he did exactly what you have to do on that play. I mean, if you go too far, you get doubled off at first base. If Ward comes in and makes a shoestring catch and throws behind him. So that's just one of those plays for a base runner. You try to put yourself into a position where you give yourself the best opportunity to go either direction quickly. And sometimes the history of the defender will come into play. Some guys are a lot more aggressive coming in on those humpback line drives, and other guys are a little more defensive and will play it on a hop.
That is caught. The throw to first, and they get the double play. Martin gets caught on that line out. So the defense coming through to keep the Dodgers at 0. Cubs coming back.
Cordially invited to the event from Lexus, the summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Love the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Tickets are available now for Cubs game here in the final month of September. In particular, the September 10th makeup game at 2:20 versus the Cardinals. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office. Excellent defensive work by the Cubs. Daryl Ward picking up an outfield assist. forcing Luis Gonzalez at second base, and then Ryan Theriot turning a double play on a line out. And he was able to double off Russell Martin at first base.
Could have gone either direction. Jeff Kent had broken on contact off of third base as well. And you see Kent headed toward home plate. Theriot could have gone either direction, and Russell Martin, the base runner, trying to return to first base, looked like he tried to pull a Reggie Jackson. Tried to get in line with that throw from Ryan Theriot to Derek Lee and deflected into foul territory, but throw got through cleanly.
So both teams with excellent scoring opportunities, but we're still scoreless as Jock Jones leads off the home half of the second. 1 ball, no strikes. For Penny. That one's hit foul, and more roster moves, more September call-ups. We'll get to Eric Patterson here in a moment, but left-hander Carmen Pignatello, who went to Providence Catholic High School in New Lenox, he's back. Kevin Hart, a right-hander, excellent numbers here lately. You see 10 and 1 over his last 17. So he joins the Cubs bullpen for now. And Sam Fuld, a left-handed hitting outfielder, with a .376 on base percentage and 50 walks, just 43 strikeouts in over 100 games between Tennessee and Iowa. He's on the roster now as Jock Jones strikes out. It's the first strikeout for Penny. And in the case of Eric Patterson, sent down to Double-A Tennessee as the Smokies are ready to start their playoffs. And I guess Eric was late getting to the ballpark yesterday.
And apparently it isn't the first time Eric Patterson's had some alarm clock problems, and that's something you want to nip in the bud for a young player, especially a good young player like Eric Patterson, who figures into the future plans of the Cubs very highly.
So he was demoted a couple of notches, and Tennessee will head to Huntsville on Thursday to start a best-of-5 divisional playoff. One and one on Jason Kendall. He got the day off yesterday because of a left hand injury. He got hit by a pitch 2 days ago. But he said the hand is okay, and he's back in the lineup. Up the middle, but Rafael Furcal will throw him out.
Yeah, Jason Kendall apparently adheres to the same theory as Derek Lee. I asked him in the clubhouse how he was feeling today. I was standing right there looking at the left hand, and there's clearly some visible swelling still in the back of that left hand, and he said he's fine. I'm good to go. Good to go. And not only did he get hit by the pitch on the back of the left hand, he blocked a ball in the dirt that jumped up and got a piece of his right thumb as well in the same ball game. So he's a little dinged up.
Candy.
That red hair. Future play-by-play announcer.
Foul back by Trachsel, a career 163 hitter with 3 home runs, 2 as a Cub. One off Kurt Schilling when he was with the Phillies in 1996. The other one as a Cub off John Thompson at Coors Field in 1998. Penny rocks and fires on a 1-2 pitch. It's fouled off. On the other side, the Dodgers also made several moves, including activating former Cub Nomar Garciaparra off the disabled list. He had a calf injury, and he is available to pinch hit, as are 11 other Dodgers. They have a 12-man bench. Furcal will move a little bit to his right, lots of time, and he throws out Trachsel to end the second inning. 0-0 after 2 from Wrigley Field.
The survival of the greenbacks is a daily challenge.
This one was overspent. They're at risk of becoming extinct.
But you can help right now during Kia's Save the Greenback sales event. You save a lot of greenbacks with Kia, like the fuel-efficient Spectra. With its impressive safety rating, you and your greenbacks are more protected than ever. Together, we can save the greenbacks.
Hurry and get 2.9% APR plus 1,000 bonus cash on the Spectra.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Get Chicago Sports News Nightly on Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live, we'll fill you in on what's happening with the Bears and an update on the NL Central race. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. What a night. We've said that a lot. Well, the last homestand, Bob, included a lot of rain. And we've been fortunate this time around.
Nary a cloud to be seen the last couple of days here in Chicago. Absolutely perfect September baseball weather.
This is Andy LaRoche, the younger brother of Adam LaRoche, the Pirates first baseman, and he pops it foul. No play for Kendall. 39th round pick in 2003. Also the son of former Cub left-hander Dave LaRoche. Trachsel's 0-1 is low and outside. We had a shot yesterday of Trachsel sitting with Jason Kendall in the Cubs dugout. A couple of veterans who know what they're doing.
I was fortunate enough to be in the clubhouse just briefly because I didn't want to intrude as Steve Trachsel and then Jason Kendall started to talk about the signs they were going to use in the ball game tonight and how they were going to pitch these Dodger hitters. And boy, that is such an enlightening conversation to listen to a couple of veteran players who have been through this many times before, and they know exactly what they want to do going into the ball game. There's no doubt, there's no hesitation, and if there is, Jason Kendall will call timeout and go out and talk to Steve Trachsel.
Trachsel was an 8th round pick in 1991. Swing and a miss, and that's his first strikeout back with the Cubs. So 1 strikeout and 1 walk in the early going for Steve Trachsel, and his strikeouts to walks ratio right now the worst in the majors at .65. He's had more walks than strikeouts. He also has the worst strikeouts per 9 innings in the majors at 2.88. And he's found a way, especially lately. Excellent August numbers, 1-1 with a 2.37. Steve also spent some time on the DL in the middle of the year, a strained gluteus, and did not pitch well around that stint on the shelf.
He has a real good split finger in the early going tonight. That was the strike 3 pitch to Andy LaRoche. A devastating splitter. Started at the knees, ended up in the dirt.
Brad Penny sends a fly ball into left center field. Jock Jones is on the scene. And with 2 outs, back to the top, and Rafael Furcal. Tie game now in St. Louis. Pirates 2, Cardinals 2. And it's now 2-1 Milwaukee. Chris Burke with the latest home run is 5th. Carlos Villanueva starting tonight for Milwaukee. We mentioned Brandon Backey making his season debut for the Astros. Trachsel winds, and the 1-1 pitch hit on the ground. DeRosa's going to charge, and he'll throw out for call. So the Dodgers draw a blank after 2.5. No score.
Agility captured by the world's most advanced 4-wheel active steering system. Now cornering is more precise, handling more responsive. The all-new 330 horsepower Infinity G Coupe. Intensity captured.
Gush, save, trip, train, draft and train. Innovative, draft can, Heineken.
Welcome to Lowe's. May I help you?
Yes, we have this kitchen. We'd love to have this kitchen.
Let me show you some options.
Hey, let's get started.
Have you thought about under cabinet lighting?
At Lowe's, our kitchen specialists can help you build the kitchen you've always dreamed of. We'll walk you through every step, even installation, with your budget in mind. When you come to Lowe's, you'll find more than a salesperson. You'll find a partner. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on kitchen countertop and cabinet purchases of $299 or more.
Pat Boyle and Mark Chanelski every night at 6:30 and 10 on Comcast Sportsnet.
You can count on us for the best local highlights. Everything you need to know about Chicago sports.
Sports Night, a show Chicago sports fans can chew on.
The 23rd annual Cubs convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 18th, 19th, and 20th, 2008. To reserve a room now for the Cubs convention weekend, call the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400. Weekend passes are $50 and a limited number will go on sale Wednesday, November 7th at 10 a.m. on Cubs.com. And for more information, please call 773-404-Cubs or visit Cubs.com.
Now, for some people, opening day is the 1st of April, the official first game of the regular season. For other people, it's the beginning of spring training. For Cub fans, it's the convention. That's when baseball season starts.
We always look forward to it.
I think Lou was a little overwhelmed at last year's Cubs convention. He'd never seen anything quite like that.
Well, we happened to be with Lou on the first day of the Cubs caravan, and he got a good taste of how passionate Cubs fans are. The first question on the first stop was, who's going to play center? And he looked at us like, wow, okay.
What are you going to do about so-and-so? Well, first I'd like to meet him, and then we'll figure it out.
A roller foul past third base.
Well, it looks like Penny's trying to stay in on the hands of Alfonso Soriano. That's an attack a lot of teams try to use against Fonzie. He is lightning quick in there, however. You better make sure you get it in there.
And now Martin will go out and chat with Brad Penny. Well, we had a nice dinner catered by Vines on Clark just down the street, right outside our Comcast Sportsnet production truck tonight. Crab cakes, pizza, ravioli, some buffalo wings. We had a good time today. And the best crew is a well-fed crew.
That's true. And they're well fed. There wasn't much left over.
Popped up by Alfonso on the infield, and Rafael Furcal will make the catch just in front of second base. So thanks to the folks at Vines, and we had a good time out there. Pretty hot out there in the parking lot with the sun coming down on that asphalt. I got a brief respite in the truck. You know, and there are certain days where it's pretty toasty up here in the press box, and our great crew in the truck, you know, they try to humor us and act like they're hot too.
Yeah.
But now we really know the story. Producer Bob Albrecht just said back off on the AC.
Yeah, they turn it down to medium.
It's like a meat locker in there. Brad Penny has gone in a couple of times on a couple of pitches that may have gotten away from him, although as you said once, yeah, a comebacker. That was a payback for Terrio, but Penny throws him out. I guess one good way to get back as a pitcher is hit a rocket right back at him, but Penny made a nice play.
I think I've told the story in the past about Steve Garvey when he was in his prime with the Los Angeles Dodgers. When we would talk about it in our advance reports, the story was don't throw inside to Garvey, don't knock him down, because you're going to be dodging a line drive on the next pitch back through the middle of the box. Now some guys the intensity gets ratcheted up just a little bit after they've had to get out of the way of an inside fastball, and they really look to drive that ball back up the middle of the field.
And I was going to say, you brought this up very recently. Those two pitches got away from Brad Penny, but he's not letting the Cubs hitters know that they got away.
Oh no.
And there might be a reason why he's only given up 5 home runs. Not afraid to throw in. There's another one just off the inside corner that time, backing Lee off.
And really, so far, other than the pitch over the head of Alfonso Soriano back in the first inning, you know, he's kept the ball below the shoulders, pushing those right-handed hitters off the plate, then trying to go back away and paint that outside corner. And that's just good pitching. Working both sides of the plate. We've seen how effective Rich Hill, Sean Marshall, even Jason Marquis, Ted Lilly, when they work both sides of the plate and establish they're going to come inside early, it really opens up that outside corner of the plate.
Driven to right. Kemp will have it go over his head. Lee towards second. He's going to slide in ahead of the throw. It's a double. Number 35 for Derek.
Oh, it's smoke down into that right field corner. High fastball, belt high, middle of the plate. Well, Kemp had a beat on it initially, but it just kept accelerating until it finally short hops the Vines out there in right field. D. Lee chugs into second base in scoring position for Aramis Ramirez.
Aramis walked his first time up. A breaking ball misses. 1 ball, no strikes. Along the lines of Brad Penny kind of being a max effort guy who tries to throw as hard as he can, maybe has pulled back a little bit on it. When he was with Florida, they considered turning the radar gun off because he would have a habit of looking at it in the outfield after he would throw every fastball. Well, he's getting the job done tonight after 3, no score.
only getting to some stores wasn't such a hassle. Fortunately, Walgreens has convenient parking at thousands of locations, many that never close, so you're in and out in no time.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience. StubHub!
Shining is taking responsibility. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we know managing your health care can be overwhelming, and it's our job to help you meet the challenge. By guiding, supporting, and showing the way, we encourage you to gain control. Because we believe the best tool we can give you is the confidence to take charge. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
Thursday, the series wraps up on the north side as Oramas Ramirez and the Cubs go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers at high def. Coverage starts with Dodge Cubs pregame live. Cubs-Dodgers Thursday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for our Aflac trivia question. When was the last time the Cubs led their division going into the month of September? We'll answer that question in the bottom of the inning. Steve Trachsel making his return to the Cubs. First start since 1999 in a Cubs uniform, and ball one on Juan Pierre. JP signed a 5-year, $44 million free agent contract to go to the Dodgers in the offseason. He had 204 hits in his lone season with the Cubs last year, led the National League. Slow start and a strong finish in 06. He doesn't strike out much. But Trachsel's trying to do that here. Ahead 1-2. Here's the pitch. Fouled away.
37 at-bats lifetime against Steve Trachsel. Juan Pierre's yet to strike out. He's only drawn 2 base on balls, but has not gone down on strikes.
That glove ready. Flip by DeRosa, and it's always close with Pierre running.
When your primary asset to your ball club is speed, why not use it every opportunity? And that's about as routine a ground ball to second base as you'll ever see, and Juan Pierre makes it a bang-bang play at first base. That's one thing about Juan Pierre, Landon. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. In some respects, Juan Pierre had a good year last year. Other respects, maybe not as good as he was hoping for. But man, oh man, I never saw a guy give such an effort on a daily basis.
It's a great point. And I know a lot of Cub fans, when they think about Juan Pierre, they'll think about a last place club. And I know it was a very frustrating year for him in a Cubs uniform. But the intangibles he brings to any clubhouse just off the charts with his work habits. And he made zero excuses when he struggled. I remember early in the year he said, I haven't been very good. Period.
First guy at the ballpark every day. First game of every series, he would be out there walking around the bases, checking where the cut of the grass was, trying to see where his maximum lead would be, checking the baselines to see which way bunts would roll. Real good student of the game.
Yeah, his 204 hits, the most by a Cub since Billy Williams at 205 in 1970. has 58 stolen bases, the third most of any Cub since 1900. Trachsel can't get it. DeRosa does. Here's the throw. Safe. Excellent effort, but Kemp is on with a hit.
Nice play, nice range up the middle of the field by Mark DeRosa. Unfortunately, just can't get enough on that throw, throwing back across his body. You see his momentum is carrying him out towards shallow center. Tries to throw back across his body. Of course, he should be used to that playing quarterback, you know, eluding the rush and throwing off balance to the tight end, but can't quite get it over there in time.
It's the second hit for the Dodgers. They've both been singles, and the other one was by Kent. He ended up stranded at third in the second. Off the end of the bat, Daryl Ward will come in, and he has it. I know it's early, but it seems to me that Steve Trachsel has picked up the pace at least a little bit from what I remember. I mean, it's deliberate, but not noticeably so tonight.
I agree with you. I mean, there were games that it seemed like minutes would pass between pitches. Yeah, I wish I could be more specific about this next point. I saw a special on PBS a long time ago. And some professor was doing a study about the maximum time between pitches to benefit the hitter and in some cases to benefit the pitcher. And if I remember correctly, anywhere between 7 and 15 seconds between pitches. Any faster than 7 seconds and the hitter did not have time to erase the mental image of the pitch before. Any longer than 15 seconds and it was gone completely. You know, there's that fine line there, and I think sometimes Steve Trachsel tries to go beyond that limit and make the hitter uncomfortable at the plate. Almost wait until the verge of the hitter calling timeout and then deliver the pitch.
Throw to first, but Kemp was barely off the bag. Steve was born in Oxnard, California. Went to Cal State Long Beach. There goes the runner. Here's the throw by Kendall. It's to the shortstop side, and it would have been late either way. So Kemp has a stolen base. He was caught stealing on a 1-3-6 pickoff play back in the first.
Kemp now 9 of 12 on the season, stealing bases. He's been a very productive player in limited playing time. Can get a little overly aggressive on the bases at times, but got a great jump that time against Trachsel and puts himself into scoring position.
A 1-0 tally against Gonzalez. Here's the next pitch. It's outside. 2-0. If he works around Gonzalez, he'll have to face Russell Martin, who's knocked in 81 this year. Line past Derek Lee. And Kemp scores the run. You saw Gonzalez had struggled with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, but he comes through to make it 1-0.
We talked about Luis Gonzalez in the ball game last night, his ability to pull just about anything you throw up there to the plate, and unfortunately that time Trachsel left a pitch up over the heart of the plate. Gonzalez drives it past Derek Lee, and Kemp with some adventures around third base out there. Let's have those wheelies on his cleats tonight. You know, those kids go down the street with the wheels on the heel of their shoes. It looks like he's got a pair of those on tonight.
half shoe, half roller skate. Popped up by Martin. And it's Daryl Ward camped underneath now. He squeezes the third out. Luis Gonzalez gives the Dodgers the lead. It's 1-0.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Yeah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
Kenny, I need 50 pounds of roast beef.
Sorry, Pat. We're all out.
Oh, don't give me that. What, did your wife wolf it down for breakfast? That came out wrong. Look, look at me. I mean, we probably wait a...
The network you can trust. AT&T. Buy any phone and get up to 4 free.
When life comes at you fast, you can depend on two things: Chevy Tahoe and OnStar. The 07 Tahoe comes with 1 year of the OnStar Safe and Sound plan, including help if you get locked out or your truck is stolen. And diagnostic checks emailed to you every month. And it's got the best coverage in America. Chevy and OnStar, for life at any speed. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Time to answer tonight's Aflac trivia question. When was the last time the Cubs led their division going into September?
Aflac!
1989. On September 1st in 1989, the Cubs led the Mets and Cardinals by 2.5 over in the East. And in 98, the Cubs would win the wild card, but they started September 10 out, but it really didn't matter. Game and a half out in 03, they would win the division that year. So it'll be Ward, DeRosa, and Jones against Brad Penny. The Cubs trail for the first time. It's 1-0. They had a golden opportunity in the first inning. They put the first two on, and Brad Penny got a double play ball. The Cubs would then have back-to-back walks to load them up before Mark DeRosa flying to deep right.
And we talk about that old saying in baseball all the time: if you're going to get to a good pitcher, you have to get to him early before he has a chance to settle in out there on the mound. And as you said, a golden opportunity in that first inning. Went by the boards. Hopefully that won't cost the Cubs tonight.
And Brad Penny gets better as the game moves along. Drilled into center by Daryl Ward. Well, Bob, this is only our third year together here, and I'm sure Cub fans can think back, but I don't know if the Cubs have had a better part-time player since we've been here than Daryl Ward. I mean, he gives the Cubs great at-bats and doesn't play a whole lot. They've been looking for a guy like him for the last several years.
And he plays a couple of different positions. He can play outfield. He can play first base. Of course, his primary value to this ball club is off the bench as a pinch hitter, and he's 9 for 33 in that role. So I agree with you. He has done everything and more the Cubs expected from him.
And I guess the best way to put it would probably be part-time hitter, because offense is his main thing. He has done a terrific job off the bench.
Yeah, you hear it said so many times about players who are either part-timers or maybe lose their job at some point in the season. We heard Matt Merton talk about it earlier this season, how hard it is to maintain anything offensively when you're not getting regular at-bats. That's never been the case for Daryl Ward. I mean, this is a guy that might not start a ball game for a couple weeks at a time. All of his at-bats are going to be pinch hitting late in a game against tough relief pitchers, either closers or setup guys. But yet when he is given an opportunity to start and get 4 or 5 at-bats in a game, it looks like he's been playing every day.
Three and 2 on DeRosa. Ward is on the move, and that one rocketed past LaRoche. Ward's going to try for third base. The throw by Gonzalez cut off, and that's an excellent base running maneuver by Daryl Ward, because he knows that Luis Gonzalez does not have a very strong throwing arm.
Credit that 90 feet to Brad Kelly, the advanced scout. He's been watching the Dodgers leading up to this series. Everybody in baseball knows Luis Gonzalez does not possess a strong throwing arm, and to compound it, he loses his footing right there, makes a errant throw back into the infield, but that is very heads-up base running by Daryl Ward.
Check swing by Jock Jones. They will appeal, and he held up. 1-0. So 2 on with no outs for the second time. This time first and third. And the Dodgers will concede a run on the infield, except for maybe at first base where James Loney is holding on Mark DeRosa. Slide step in the pitch. Downstairs, ball 2. Topper foul. Cubs trying to support their new teammate Steve Trachsel, who's been decent tonight. He's allowed 1 run through 4 innings, but right now is trailing 1-0. Tough matchup for Trachsel against one of the elite starters in the National League, Brad Penning. It's off Jock and foul.
Where this one got him, it looked like it hit the ground, came up and got him on the side of the helmet there.
A bouncer to Kent. The flip to Furcal. It's the only out he'll get, and Jones gets an RBI as Ward scores the tying run. Number 51 for Jones. It's 1-1.
Tell you what, Len, former Cubs manager and one of the greatest baseball minds ever, Don Zimmer, said you can win or lose more ball games with base running than any other fundamental. We saw Daryl Ward advance to third base, and look at Mark DeRosa. He made sure that the rocket-armed Rafael Furcal did not have an opportunity to throw to first base and complete that double play, and it bought the Cubs a run.
One strike on Kendall. Season average up to 247. He came in at 300 with the Cubs. Right now at 298 after grounding out this first at bat. And that one will be 2-6-3. Furcal turns it by himself. But they tie it on the Jock Jones, fielder's choice. It's 1-1.
Got it wrong, boys.
Happy anniversary pudding. Introducing the 281 horsepower S80 T6.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the Toyota Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Find out how at ytundra.com.
Become a founding member of the Cubs Club, the new official online fan club for the Chicago Cubs. Members will get benefits unavailable to other fans, including a membership card, access to the post-game press conferences, 24/7 interactive cameras of Wrigley Field, and exclusive editorial content provided by the staff of Vineline. Join today by visiting Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. It's a 1-1 tie. Another huge crowd here in the friendly confines as Steve Trachsel is back with his original team. And he'll go after James Loney, batting 7th for the Dodgers. Two quick strikes.
I mentioned earlier, Len, that for Steve Trachsel, he's a guy that has to know his limitations. And another thing he knows is that he needs to field his position. We've seen him a couple times already in this ball game. Once when Furcal showed bunt, once when Juan Pierre showed bunt. As the pitch was getting into the hitting area, Trachsel was coming off that mound, getting ready to field a possible bunt.
Loney went too far, and that's a punch out for Trachsel, his second.
Came on that elevated fastball. We talked about it in our scouting report at the top of the show. He likes to work that fastball across the top of the zone, which is why he gives up a lot of fly ball outs, and occasionally will get that check swing on the high heater.
Fouled by LaRoche. One strike on the Dodgers third baseman. Well, the Cubs minor league report will get shorter. Well, that's not a fair fight. He needs to grow his hair out pretty fast.
Or cut hers, which is more likely.
Iowa's season came to an end yesterday, a 5-4 loss to Omaha. And the Cubs finished in second place, 10 out. The Nashville Sounds won the division, but a good year, 79-65. For Buddy Bailey and the Iowa Cubs. Their pitching coach, former Cub Mike Harkey, is with the big league team for the rest of the way. Good to have Mike back here at Wrigley Field. Hopefully hopefully the Double-A Tennessee Smokies will win it all. And after that, after their postseason is over, we'll see Pat Listash, the manager of the Smokies. He'll be with the team. Foul tipped into the glove. Back-to-back Ks for Trachsel. Dave Keller, the hitting coordinator, already here. Justin Sharp, the Cubs training coordinator. And again, we'll see Listash and Matt Johnson, the Double-A trainer.
Another elevated fastball to Andy LaRoche. Gets the same result as he got from James Loney, a swinging strike.
Kind of a rough year record-wise for Jody Davis and the Daytona Cubs. Finished with an overall record of 57-80 in the High A Florida State League. Ryan Sandberg in his first year with the Single-A Peoria Chiefs of the Midwest League. They finished their campaign with a 5-2 win over Cedar Rapids. Brad Penny deposits one fair down the left field line, and he's on his way to second base, and he gets in. Brad Penny's trying to do something that doesn't happen a whole lot for somebody in his spot. He's trying to finish with a better batting average than his earned run average. Last Dodger to have a higher batting average than ERA was Fernando Valenzuela. He hit .250 with a 2.48 earned run average back in 1981.
Looked like Brad Penny forgot who was playing left field right there. Was just going to cruise into second base with an easy stand-up double, and then Soriano whipped that throw back into the infield, and then he threw an awkward slide there into second base. Took a while to catch his breath.
So when we get the updated average, we'll let you know what it is. But before that at bat, a 241 average and a 287 ERA. He's up to 255 at the plate.
And coming into the ball game tonight, the opponent's batting average was 251 against him. So not only is he going to beat his own ERA, but he's going to beat the opponent's batting average as well.
One strikeout for call. So to follow up on Rhino and the Peoria Chiefs, they earned a three-way tie for the Midwest League Western Division crown with Quad Cities and Cedar Rapids. But because they posted a losing record against both those teams, they did not qualify for the playoffs. And I'd be curious to talk to Rhino here at some point. Maybe we'll see him before the season ends and just ask him how it went.
Yeah, I would love to have Rhino come up and visit us here in the booth and tell us how it went his first year as a skipper.
Boise in the Northwest League has to win out to get into the postseason. But they did win last night, beat Tri-City, and I believe they have to win their final two to get in. The Arizona League is complete. Mesa finished 27 and 29. And somewhere, Bob, some minor league player just finished the season, is going to head home, and some major league team in the next 2 weeks is going to call him up to the big leagues. It seems like it happens once a year. There'll be a guy maybe driving cross country right now, and he's going to get a phone call. Base hit. Brad Penny's going to stop at third base. Rich Donnelly, the third base coach, put up his hands. So the Dodgers rallying with 2 outs, started by the double from Penny and continued by the for call single.
A few borderline pitches that didn't go Trachsel's way led to this pitch, a line drive right back through the mound. Donnelly holding Brad Penny all the way over there at third base, and you really have to give some consideration here defensively. What are you going to do if Rafael Furcal breaks for second base? Now we know Jason Kendall's had some throwing problems. Trachsel is a little deliberate unloading that ball to home plate. Now the other side of the coin is Brad Penny's the runner at third base. Very little chance he's going to try to score if Kendall indeed throws the ball through to second base. But you always have to worry about a bad throw, skipping through into center field, allowing Penny to walk home from third.
You know, we both know that Juan Pierre certainly could lay down a bunt even with 2 outs. And for that reason, Ramirez is in at the edge of the cut of the grass. Call fake towards second, and a base hit right behind him, and Brad Penny's 2-out double comes back to haunt Trachsel as he scores the go-ahead run. Juan Pierre against his old team, making it 2-1 Dodgers.
Middle of the plate fastball. We talked about that before the ball game. That's a pitch that Trachsel cannot afford to throw very often. Pierre lining that one into right field, and once again you have that first and third situation. This one, however, different because you have good base runners and base stealers at both corners. I would really be surprised if Kendall threw to second if Pierre indeed does try to steal.
So the Cubs lagging behind by a run again. They were down 1-0 and now down 2-1. There goes Pierre. Kendall's going to fake for call. Almost glued to third base. He knew that was going to happen. Number 54 for Pierre. Been pretty consistent. Going back to 2001. He's been at least in the 40s every year. Kemp lines a base hit. Soriano's coming up throwing. Going to be a play at the plate. Pierre slides in. He is out. They did get one as Percal scored easily, but Soriano notches outfield assist number 12. Good tag by Kendall. The Dodgers get 2. It's 3-1.
We're not going to make it.
Can you get us to the airport in 15 minutes? Cheaper than a change fee if we miss our flight.
As with all airlines, it may cost more to rebook your flight, but on Southwest, we never charge an additional fee.
You are now free to move about the country.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell-Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
The GMC Summer Sell-Down. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher with you. More Cubs baseball in just a moment. But first, a quick look at some other action in the NL Central. In Milwaukee, the Brewers lead at 2-1. Ryan Braun connects on his 27th home run of the season. And in St. Louis, Rick Ankiel with an RBI double. Right now, they lead it 5-2. The Cubs better get something going as we head back to Wrigley Field with Len and Bob.
All right, thanks, Gail. Well, Steve Trachsel struck out the first 2 of the top of the 5th inning, but then he gave up that double to Brad Penny, and the Dodgers would go on to score twice.
Yeah, 4 consecutive hits there with 2 outs in the inning, and it's the 3rd time through the Dodger lineup for Steve Trachsel. I'm kind of surprised to see him taking this at bat here, to be honest with you. I think you have to take what you can get from Steve Trachsel and move forward, and with the expanded rosters, a lot of arms available in that Cubs bullpen.
So Trachsel will lead off against Brad Penny. 3-1 Los Angeles. So just to reset on the Kemp base hit to left, Furcal scored, and then Pierre was gunned down 7-2 by Alfonso Soriano. Trachsel hits it hard, but on the ground right at Jeff Kent. Makes the routine play.
A nice job by Jason Kendall on this play at the plate to just kind of stand there as if there were not going to be any play whatsoever at the dish. Soriano with a typically perfect throw to home plate. Kendall making sure Juan Pierre doesn't get anywhere near that dish. Furcal will score easily. You can see Rich Donnelly and Furcal waving him home. He's telling him to get down, and Kendall says, that's fine. I'm just going to make sure you don't get to that plate.
Here is Ponzi, and he lifts it in the air back of short. Furcal got a good break and plenty of time to make the catch.
Rafael Furcal for me is about the closest thing to Sean Dunston you see in Major League Baseball. He goes after every pop-up no matter where it's hit on the field. Has that cannon-like throwing arm. Just an exciting ball player. Can be a little erratic at times, much like Sean was at times, but very similar playing styles. Well, Brad Penny calling his first baseman James Loney over.
I think he said, Penny, for your thoughts?
Yeah, maybe. I think he said this little guy at the plate shoots that ball to right field an awful lot. Be ready over there.
Yeah, you know, he may have. Wasn't that bad.
You were regular.
That's on purpose.
Bo Brummel compared to that. Come on now.
You know, the Dodgers have advanced scouts, and you know, they know what Ryan Theriot can do, but I'm a little surprised Loney is so far off the first base line.
Especially when you see the location of the pitches to Ryan Theriot. Russell Martin sliding out on the outside corner on every pitch, and Penny throwing extremely hard. It figures that if Theriot makes contact, he's going to hit it to the right side.
He does there. Kent actually moved to his right. It was what you call a shutdown inning for Brad Penny after his team got the lead. It's 3-1.
A poor mountaineer barely keeping his family fed when in the summer of '63 he was shooting at some food, becoming a millionaire overnight. Soon afterward, he loaded up his truck and moved to Beverly Hills.
I was suspicious of this whole Texas tea theory.
A new investigation reveals that in the summer before Jed moved away from there, he switched his car insurance to Geico, saving a substantial sum of money.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The 2007 Chevy Equinox. It comes with a 5-star crash safety rating and something Ford and Toyota don't. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Protection never looked so good. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye Lounge, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Beginning September 9th, the Bears are back from hibernation, and only Comcast Sportsnet will have the most in-depth coverage of the monsters of the Midway. It all begins September 9th, only on Comcast Sportsnet, a Chicago Bears fan's best friend this season.
Wait
Weeknights, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Inning number 6 for Trachsel. Jeff Kent swings away and fouls away. Veteran right-hander deals low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kent. An update from Milwaukee. Corey Hart with an RBI double. Milwaukee leading the Astros 4-1 in the 6th. St. Louis ahead as well. So the 2nd and 3rd place teams putting some pressure on the leaders, the Cubs.
Well, you know me, Len. I always try to find the silver lining, and as ugly as that ball game was yesterday, the reality is the Cubs did not lose any ground, and they took another day off the calendar. And when you get into the month of September, if you can maintain your lead from one day to the next, that puts you that much closer to the finish line. So as ugly as the ball game was and as disappointing as it was, I think it was in a roundabout way, it was a good day for the Cubs.
Kent is out as Terrio makes a catch. The key for the Cubs is to rack up wins, but you make a great point about the mathematics of it as we look at it upstairs, and that is you start crossing off days on the calendar.
I mean, sure, you'd like to always put more ground between yourself and the teams chasing you when you're in first place, but if you don't lose any ground, you've gained another day toward the end of the season.
Well, I think that the key portion of the schedule for the Cubs here in the near future is Kerry Wood is getting loose. To be honest with you, I'm not sure if Kerry's getting ready to come into the game or if he just lost his chair because there are just too many guys out there, and he figured, well, I'll just start throwing.
Do you have a reservation, sir?
Look at that.
Wow. Spread out. Yeah, we joke about it, but we know the tight quarters here at Wrigley Field on the home side, and it's even tighter on the visiting side. And when you have those expanded rosters in September, it's not unusual to see guys dressing in the hallway or in the bathroom or in the training room, wherever they can find enough room to tie their shoes. It gets very crowded in some of the older, smaller ballparks.
There's a splitter or a changeup, dipped low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I think the key stretch here coming up for the Cubs will be next week when they play the Cardinals a total of 5 times. The makeup game here on Monday, and then 4 in St. Louis the following weekend. Terrio backed up on it, flagged it down, and throws on to Derek Lee. And I say that because there's one of those 2 teams that the Cubs can bury. If they can beat them 4 out of those 5, they can knock the Cardinals almost out of contention.
And ideally, that's what the Cubs will do, and I'm sure that's what the fans are rooting for. But once again, you know, as long as you don't lose ground, you take those games off the schedule and move forward.
Inside corner strike on Russell Martin. 2007 All-Star. 2 of the most durable catchers in the game today. About 2 feet from one another, Martin and Kendall.
And Martin, you know, hovering around 300 all season, 17 homers. He's driven in 81 runs. He's a base stealer, 22 stolen bases on the season. I'd like to be this guy's agent. Only Victor Martinez has more home runs from the catching position. Victor Martinez of the Cleveland Indians did have 18 home runs, depending on what happened tonight. Russell Martin was 17, tied with John Buck from Kansas City and Brian McCann from Atlanta.
He was born in East York, Ontario, Canada. He went to the same high school as Eric Gagne in Montreal. Played third base at Chipola Junior College in Florida. Fans want a strikeout. It's 3-2. Terrio charges. Throws out Martin. Good comeback inning for Steve Trachsel after giving up 2 in the 5th. Derek Lee will start the bottom of the 6th.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand. And still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, choose 0 APR or $3,000 total customer cash on any 2007 Torrent. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Every night, only one show brings you closer to the teams that matter most. Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Highlights, breaking news, interviews, and more time to tell in-depth stories. Land Rover Sports Night. Tonight, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way, or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Welcome to Honda's ATV Planet. Today's episode, Power Steering, The Chase is On. The team is out to track the tough 4x4 4x4 ES, the first of its species with power steering. They spot one, and the chase is on. Power steering gives it effortless handling, with no sign of fatigue. Then suddenly, it's gone. Another memorable adventure on ATV Planet.
Hawkeye Motorworks, 7805 North Division Street, Davenport.
Sports Night, presented by AT&T Real Yellow Pages. Every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for our Coors Light Cold Blast to the booth. Feels good on this warm night. And the email from Will Wester says Big Rapids, Homewood, Michigan. So I'm not sure if it's both cities or just one. The question is, when do you most likely expect Jeff Samardzija to make his major league debut with the Cubs? What we saw in spring training led us to believe that he probably was going to be a September call-up this year in his first pro season, but he struggled at High A Daytona, and the Cubs actually bumped him up to Double A, and he had much better numbers. So, you know, I guess if you want to speculate, I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff Samardzija at some point, maybe in September of 2008, makes his major league debut. But he has very good stuff, and right now he's just kind of, I think, learning how to pitch in the pros. He really worked hard, Bob, on his sinker. And, you know, he gave up ground balls, and, you know, at the low levels of the minor leagues, there are going to be errors. There are going to be plays that maybe should be made that are not. But we were very impressed with what we saw from the former Notre Dame wide receiver in spring training.
Yeah, the general progression, especially for a pitcher, you would like to see him have success at every level. You don't want to rush him to the point where you feel like you've thrown him into the pool in the deep end and he didn't have his floaties on. You want to make sure that a guy feels like he's got his legs underneath him. He's got an arsenal of pitches that he can get hitters out at that level. And if he's able to do that successfully, then you promote him and you go through the same process once again.
Just the second strikeout for Brad Penny. Cubs play the Dodgers again tomorrow at 7:05, third of 4 in this series, and be one of the first 10,000 fans. You will receive an exclusive limited edition Derek Lee bobblehead doll. Compliments of Bank of America. Ramirez hits it hard, and it gets through the legs of LaRoche. That'll be an error. Let's see if the Cubs can take advantage. The tying run will come to the plate.
We saw Ramirez struggle with the ball down there in the first inning that stayed down. This one appeared to stay down as well. Hits off the little finger of LaRoche's glove, goes right through the wickets on out into shallow left field.
So the door opening a little bit with a one-out error. Pierre going back on it. Can't get it. Ramirez toward third. He's going to be sent by Quade. For Call will throw. Safe. He didn't get him. And it's 3-2. Well, that play was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. We know that Aramis has that knee that's less than 100%, but a very strong relay throw by Rafael Furcal made it close.
All right, dangerous send this time by Mike Quade at third base. Daryl Ward just absolutely smoked that ball to straightaway center. Pierre fumbled it around a little bit. That's the time Quade decided to go ahead and send Ramirez, and there's the strong relay throw. Just a little bit up the third base line, gave Ramirez just enough room to get around that tag. Look how close that was.
Mark DeRosa with a base hit. Ward coming through. He's going to stop. Mike Quade put on the stop sign, and good job by Daryl Ward. He looked up at the last second and saw Quade had his hand up. First and third, one out. Tying run now 90 feet away, and Rick Honeycutt's going to head out.
DeRosa got a breaking ball in the middle of the plate. A little inside out swing, dunks it into right field. Strong throw home that time by Matt Kemp, and Quade had no choice but to hold Daryl Ward. He got a little bit of a late start right there. I mean, he was anticipating he was going to be sent home, which is exactly what you want from your base runners. Put it on that third base coach to make the decision. He's the guy that can see the play.
And Bob, I want to go back to the headfirst slide by Aramis Ramirez and see if you're with me on this. This might be one of those rare exceptions where the headfirst slide actually helped him. If he goes feet first, his head might be in a position where he might get tagged out.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that a feet first slide, you do slow down a lot more than you do on a head first slide. I think Ramirez did exactly what he had to do to get around that tag and get a hand on the plate. Yeah, the head first slide into home, when you're concerned, is when that catcher has the ball and is blocking the plate. You're so exposed, your hands, your fingers, your wrists. Not to mention coming in face first to a catcher with full gear on. So that play, I think Ramirez was absolutely right in trying to get around the tag head first.
The middle infielders are back. You know what they want. You want Jock to hit a hard ground ball to either Furcal or Kent, and maybe LaRoche, who committed an error to set up this inning. First and third, the Cubs trail by 1. The pitch. Kent, Furcal, head first slide, but Jock is out at first base. It's a double play, and the Dodgers maintain their slim one-run lead. The double play ball has been Brad Penny's best friend. They've gotten 3 of them tonight.
Chevy offers 8 models that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway or better. That's an American revolution. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Critics everywhere agree.
Someone will bring him to justice.
3:10 to Yuma is a masterpiece. The best Western since Unforgiven. Russell Crowe, Christian Bale.
Laugh while you can.
3:10 to Yuma. Rated R. In theaters everywhere Friday.
Ask for Pennzoil. Get an oil change with 5 quarts of Pennzoil and a Fram filter for just $12.99 at AutoZone.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by LoCheck, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Thursday, the series wraps up on the north side as Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers at high def. Coverage starts with Dodge Cubs pregame live. Cubs-Dodgers Thursday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesek breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live, we'll fill you in on what's happening with the Chicago Bears and an update on the NL Central race. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Kerry Wood has looked very good, especially lately. He tries to keep the Dodgers right where they are. It's 3-2 as we get into the 7th.
And we've really seen a spike in Kerry Wood's velocity over his last 2 or 3 appearances, consistently hitting the mid to upper 90s with his fastball.
All in all, a quality start for Steve Trachsel in his return to the Cubs, keeping his team in the ballgame. 6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. He walked 1, struck out 3. So you like that ratio. 82 pitches. He threw 51 strikes. Now the 6 innings and the 3 earned runs, the bare minimum requirement for a quality start.
It's just very odd that 5th inning started out so good. Back-to-back strikeouts, making quality pitches, and then the Brad Penny double kind of opened the floodgates there with 2 outs. That was followed by back-to-back singles by the Dodgers. Yeah, other than that, I was very impressed with Steve Trachsel tonight. Good stuff, good command.
And a leadoff single by Loney on a 3-1 pitch. Well, it's a who's who tonight here at the ballpark. Blackhawks general manager Dale Talon on the left. Our first preseason telecast of Blackhawks hockey will be September 25th at Florida. Hall of Famer Tommy Lasorda, special advisor to the chairman of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Emery Moorhead, a member of the 1985 Chicago Bears. And Juwan Howard from Chicago, now with the Minnesota Timberwolves of the NBA. Well, it's quiet here, but his section really into it right now. One strike on Adam LaRoche.
Applauding in anticipation of this double play ball right here. How's that?
Seventh inning stretch duties tonight. 2007 Masters champion Zach Johnson. Did you write down all the golf questions? I know you're looking for some lessons.
Hey, he doesn't have enough time to answer my questions. I'll tell you that. It would take a half of a baseball season to get my game straightened out.
A high drive by LaRoche. Over near the sidewall, Soriano just does not have a play. Well, we know about the angle of that wall. It gets lower as you go towards the plate. Question you always ask at Wrigley Field in a spot like this. Are they reaching over into the field of play? It didn't look like that was the case on that one. LaRoche slices it past Daryl Ward. Rich Donnelly going to send James Loney. He will get in no problem. Only good thing about that play, it looked like LaRoche was eyeing a triple, and then he just stopped at second base, and I think he would have gotten 3 if he wanted it. And as it is, the Dodgers get an extra run, and it's now 4-2.
That fastball is letter high off the plate away, and somehow LaRoche manages to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. Daryl Ward with a shallow line after that ball got caught. Has to go all the way back to the corner to pick it up, and Penny now will try to sacrifice LaRoche onto third base. He's done it 7 times successfully this year.
Well, the Cubs have had their chances, haven't they, tonight against Brad Penny? And he has found a way with 3 double play balls, the biggest coming in the bottom of the 6th, with runners at first and third in a 1-run game. He's going to swing away, and he's going to strike out. Well, let's check out the updated standings, and all the games are still going on. So these are the numbers going into the ball game tonight. The Brewers a game and a half out, but leading 4-1 over Houston. The Cardinals 2 back, but ahead 5-2 over the Pirates. And this is a big game for the Dodgers as well. In the National League West, they're third. They're 4 back of the Padres. And in the wild card standings, they are 3 back of Arizona. Furcal will ground out to Terrio. LaRoche now at third base. And right now, Arizona leading at home against San Diego 2-0. Well, I guess there are 2 ways to look at it if you're the Dodgers. Every night early this week, one of those teams is going to lose, but one of those teams is going to win.
Yeah, I guess if you're the Dodgers, you just hope they beat each other back and forth, and you try to win every day. And look at the Rockies just hanging around. 5 games out in the division, 4 out in the wild card.
Pierre just got a piece of the ball and of Jason Kendall's shin guard, I believe. Bunted by Pierre. Derek Lee will get it. Kerry Wood covering, safe, and Pierre with another RBI on a bunt hit.
Some bunters will not try to bunt for a base hit in that particular situation, but it's such a big part of Juan Pierre's arsenal. He will do it anytime in any game situation. Very close over there at first. Oh my. By the length of a cleat. Juan Pierre able to beat it out.
Just being able to get his foot on the bag before Kerry would. So it's 5-2. And the Dodgers now in double digits on the hit board with 10. Pierre not running as the Cubs pitch out. Left-hander Will Ullman is up. Well, the entire momentum shifted on that double play that Penny was able to get to end the threat in the 6th, and the Dodgers now have scored 2. Cubs were looking to tie it, and all of a sudden they're down 3 just a half inning later.
Pretty good chance Pierre's going to be running on this pitch. A lot of the good base stealers in the game will almost always take off after a pitch out. Not this time.
The Dodgers offensively have really spread it around this entire series. 1 through 9, the starters yesterday all had at least one hit. Esteban Loaiza with a big 2-run single in the 4th inning yesterday. That gave the Dodgers the lead. Foul tip by Kemp. Kent is on deck. For Call with a hit and a run. Pierre 2 singles, 2 RBIs. Kemp 2 hits, an RBI and a run. Kent with a single. Gonzalez an RBI hit. Loney has scored. LaRoche an RBI double and a run. Brad Penny with maybe the biggest hit of the game, a 2-out double in the 5th as the Dodgers would eventually take the lead. A bounding ball past Ramirez, and the throw to second is going to be late. No chance for Terrio with the speed of Pierre. And that's 3 hits for Matt Kemp.
It's a high bouncer to that left side. You see Ramirez diving into your picture there, trying to get to that ball. This is the only play Terrio has. Deep in the hole at short, the barehanded play. Tried to get Pierre at second base, had no chance to throw across the diamond to get Kemp.
It's the 6th time this year Matt Kemp has had at least 3 hits here in 07.
And then you talk about the Dodgers and contributions up and down the lineup, and really that's what they need to do to win ball games. I mean, bemoaned the lack of home runs by the Cubs throughout the second half of the season. The Dodgers, along with the Kansas City Royals, the only 2 teams in Major League Baseball that do not have at least 100 home runs as a team. Dodgers with 99 going into play tonight, the Royals with 91. So they need contributions, and they need to put together extended innings like they've been able to do a couple times in this ball game tonight.
Well, the one thing they've done, and they did it last year, is they have a good approach at the plate. They'll take walks. Good on base percentage. Ramirez will take the throw to first to get Kent. Stretch time. Here comes Zach Johnson.
7 Masters champion Zach Johnson.
All right, Cub fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
You are cordially invited to the event from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Bottom of the 7th, and the Cubs need to get some runs. They trail the Dodgers by 3, 5-2. Former Cub Ramon Martinez now plays the hot corner in for Andy LaRoche. And great to have with us in the booth the 2007 Masters champion. Well, that sounds good, doesn't it? Zach Johnson. You'll probably never get sick of hearing that.
Absolutely not. Thanks for having me. It's yeah, it's a nice little title to have. You know, hopefully it can go on to next year and be 08. But I'm relishing this year for sure, and very happy.
Jason Kendall leading off the inning. Now raised in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A Cub fan?
Yeah, well, you know, obviously we're right in the middle of a bunch of teams, but my entire family certainly bleeds the Cubs. My brother lives about, well, I don't know how many, couple miles from here, and I've got cousins and relatives and friends that are all from the area, so a lot of Cubs in the family for sure.
So how'd you do it? That was a tough day. What a tough weekend for everybody as far as scoring.
Yeah, it was very difficult. I mean, Saturday was brutal. You know, on Sunday, it was one of those where I just kind of felt good. I felt pretty calm out there, pretty relaxed, and gave myself some good opportunities, especially in the back nine. And, you know, fortunately, it went my way. I mean, it was one of those situations where everything was going my way, and I felt very fortunate about it.
Furcal throws out Kendall, and we'll see a pinch hitter. It'll be Mike Fontenot. To wear the green jacket.
Yeah. Probably don't wear it enough. I don't get the opportunity to wear it a whole lot, but I love it. It's got a little room to grow into, which is good. You know, it's still got a little space in there, but it was a complete honor. I mean, the fraternity that have put that jacket on and carry it now, you know, being a part of that certainly is very special. And, I'm very honored. I mean, Augusta National and what they've done, and welcoming me into their club, and it's very, very, very cool.
You know, you mentioned at the Masters, you really just felt like everything was going your way. Yeah, we talk a lot about it in baseball, hitters or pitchers that get into that zone. And I think it's probably the same for a golfer or any athlete for that matter. How do you manage to stay in that zone a little bit longer than the next guy?
Well, you know, yeah, you're right. I mean, getting into it, you know, every now and then we feel it just on a few shots here, or maybe a couple at bats there, but it's the maintenance of it, staying in it and being consistent with it. That's I mean, it's, you know, it's hard work. It's knowing how to focus and turning things on when you need to, clearly. You know, I mean, obviously everybody talks about Tiger because he's the best, you know, that we have right now, and maybe the best of all time. What sets him apart, aside from his athleticism and his fundamentals, is his mentality and how he does it week in, week out. That's what's very, very special. So to have 1 week here and 1 week there where I'm able to challenge him, or any of us are able to challenge him, you got to take advantage of it because it's rare.
Well, you did take advantage of it. Nice going.
Thank you.
3-1 on the pinch hitter Fontenot. We're in the 7th, 1 out. And he's aboard. Soriano coming up. Check out that first pitch tonight.
Well, you had to have some baseball somewhere in your background. You fired a strike in there. Well, this is a beautiful thing. Look at that.
Thank you. Well, I don't know. I gave it a little bit there. I loved baseball growing up for sure. I mean, who does in the Midwest? That's all you do in the summertime. Aside from that and golf, I played a lot of baseball. So just getting up there was, my knees were shaking. Little harder than the first tee, that's for sure.
Dodger manager Grady Little out to chat with Brad Penny, but not to take him out. They just started some action out in their bullpen. Jonathan Broxton is a big right-hander, and Joe Beimel is the lefty. So, Zach, you're in town this week for the BMW Championship. The third and fourth PGA Tour playoff tournaments at Cog Hill Golf and Country Club in Vermont. And what'd you do today, for instance, to get ready for this?
Well, our tournament last week was outside Boston, TPC Boston, and we ended on Labor Day Monday. So the final round was on Monday, which kind of puts a little bit of a dent into this week. So usually Monday's a day to travel, but I didn't get in until late Monday night, and today was a day to kind of rest. I hit a few balls, putted a little bit, but nothing too strenuous. And tomorrow's our Pro-Am, so it's a big day tomorrow.
I want to ask you a question kind of related to baseball after this first penny pitch. Fontenot at first and 1 out. You often hear about pitchers who go out and deal a complete game shutout, and after the game they say, my stuff was horrible in the bullpen. Do you have a practice round that's just awful, and then you go out in the first round, you have just a great round?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of it is whether you have a bad practice round or a bad warm-up or whatever, your expectations just drop. Sometimes that's good because you can go out there and just kind of free it up and let it go. And maybe much like a pitcher or even a batter who's in a slump. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you can just kind of let your talent or your feel just go to work and not have to worry about your angles and your positions. And sometimes that's a good thing. At the same time, I've always been a firm believer if you got good fundamentals, your feel can kind of come along with it. So these guys work hard every day, all year, and we have to as well.
Martinez pops the mitt and throws out Ryan Theriot. Zach, we'll keep an eye on you this week. We wish you the best of luck in the BMW Championship coming up, and we hope you wear that green jacket again next year as well.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Flying out of Chicago Midway for business? Southwest Airlines isn't just for short flights anymore. We offer nonstop flights to LA, DC, Phoenix, Houston, Long Island, Philly, and dozens of other destinations. You wanted more nonstop flights for business, so we're flying more nonstops than ever before.
You are now free to move about the country.
It's Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. With so many great models to choose from, it's the right time to buy. Right now, get $500 cash back on any Corolla, or lease a Corolla LE for just $179 a month. You'll also find great deals on the famously fuel-efficient RAV4. Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. Going on now.
Gush, sink, trip, train, draft and drink. Innovative, draft and Heineken.
The sharp Aquas detail of the game. Jock Jones hitting into a 4-6-3 double play. The Dodgers didn't have a lot of time for a call of that cannon, just able to get Jones at first base. If they didn't get that double play, the Cubs would have tied it because Daryl Ward was at third base. But as it was, Penny got out of it. They would score 2 more in the 7th inning and take now a 5-2 lead. And left-hander Will Oman is on to face Luis Gonzalez. I'll tell you, Bob, Zach Johnson did a perfect job of the 7th inning stretch. He took his time. Great interview. You can tell why he won the Masters. A lot of poise for Zach Johnson. They're pulling for him this weekend.
Yep. I wanted to ask him about the one quote in his bio where he admitted that he was not the best player on his high school team. He was not the best player on his college team, but he just kept working at it and slowly but surely got better and ends up with the green jacket. A great lesson. Perseverance.
You saw Will yesterday at the pant bottoms down near the ankles, but back up to where he had them before, just below the kneecaps. Speaking of lefties, David Boomer Wells says hi. I saw him in the tunnel just behind the Dodger dugout. He was he had just finished a bullpen session. He's going to start on Saturday. He's right in the middle of a 7-game suspension for an incident in which he went at it with an umpire with the Padres. Eric Stoltz, a left-hander, will pitch tomorrow night in place of Wells. The Dodgers have had a lot of pitching issues with their starters. Now with Brad Penny, who's been terrific tonight, but Jason Schmidt made just 6 starts before he was knocked out for the year. He had shoulder surgery. Randy Wolf done for the year with a left shoulder injury. So Ted Lilly, Eric Stoltz tomorrow. Hong-Shi Kuo with a left elbow injury. So they've kind of pieced it together here lately, and Esteban Loaiza picked up on waivers last week, got the win yesterday in his Dodger debut. Up the middle, DeRosa can't get it.
Good battle by Luis Gonzalez against Will Oman. He left a pitch up and out over the plate. Just a hard ground ball back up the middle of the field. Mark DeRosa shading a little bit toward the hole between first and second. We've talked about Luis Gonzalez being a dead pull hitter, but with the 2-strike count, he was content just to go back up the middle of the field.
Wilson Valdez is now pinch running for Luis Gonzalez. Brady Little could remove the next 8 hitters for a pinch runner. He'd still have like 4 guys left on his bench. You know, we were talking before the game about the September rosters. You can have a maximum of 40. I think it takes away some of the strategy. And the best in-game managers, I think, lose their advantage a little bit, especially in the National League in the final month. One of the ideas thrown out by Brewers general manager Doug Melvin, which we have discussed before, was having a set game day roster limit, but then you could have like a taxi squad. Basically, if you capped it at 30, you could have 35 guys on your roster. They would all get big league time, big league meal money, big league pay. But an hour before the first pitch, when you hand in the lineup card, maybe the first lineup card, you say these are our 30 designated players tonight, and that's it. It's just odd when you have teams, if they go to extra innings, one team has 34 and the other team has 29 on the roster. Fly to center, pretty well hit. Jones tracking, can't get it. Valdez stopping at third base, and it's a double for Russell Martin.
Ball was hit extremely hard to center field. It kind of fooled Jock Jones out there. He immediately froze in his tracks. You'll get a look at Martin's swing on a high fastball once again, up and out over the plate. Jock with a little bit of a late start. I don't think he would have gotten there anyway. That ball was really crushed to straightaway center field.
And this Cubs bullpen, which had been lights out, and struggled tonight. Kerry Wood gave up 2 runs on 4 hits in the 7th, and the Dodgers with 2 runners in scoring position against Will Oman as Kevin Hart gets ready possibly for his major league debut. Sean Gallagher charged with 3 runs yesterday in relief. Infield is in.
Getting back to that roster thing, Len, it would kind of be like taking 2 chess masters and giving one guy 6 extra pawns, 2 extra rooks, an extra knight, and an extra queen, and the other guy only gets a couple of extra pawns. It's you know, when you talk about strategic managers, the idea is to try to get the best matchups possible, especially late in the ball game, using your bench and your lineup with an eye toward the opposing manager's bullpen. What's my best matchup going late into the ball game, and how can I go about getting that guy into the game? Lou started up the steps of that third base dugout and then stopped, as the Cubs are now going to walk Loney intentionally.
And it's only ball 3, but Lou's ready to head out. And he's going to ask for the rookie right-hander Kevin Hart, who will make his major league debut with the bases loaded and nobody out. Welcome to the big leagues, Kevin Hart. A rough outing for Will Oman. So a pitching change here in the 8th, and we'll be right back.
We're America's largest refiner, and some of the vehicles we fuel don't travel on roads. For those that do, we make some of the cleanest gasoline on the planet, and every drop is performance guaranteed. And our employees contribute over 200,000 hours a year in our communities. We know you probably don't think about these things when you think of Valero. That's okay, just as long as when you do think of us, you think of this. Valero, the energy to take you anywhere.
Gush, save, drip, drain, draft and drain. Innovative draft can. Heineken.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Right-hander Kevin Hart will make his major league debut. 24 years old. Cubs got him in a trade with the Baltimore Orioles on December 6th of 06 in exchange for Freddie Bynum, outfielder slash infielder. Welcome to the show, kid.
Go get him.
Bases loaded, nobody out.
Yeah, Kevin Hart has been a strikeout pitcher throughout his minor league career, averaging nearly a strikeout per inning. His first 3 years as a minor leaguer were spent in A-ball for the Baltimore Orioles. This year with the Cubs, split time between AA and AAA, and had a real good season.
I would be curious to know just how many make their major league, how many pitchers make their major league debut with the bases loaded, nobody out. Ball 1 on Ramon Martinez. Well, Lou has said it throughout, as pitchers and position players have been called up from double and AAA. He said he's going to use them. Way outside. 2 balls, no strikes. You saw the runners earlier. Valdez at third, Martin at second, Loney at first.
If the first 2 pitches to Martinez are any indication, Kevin Hart's signature pitch is a cut fastball. He's thrown 2 93-mile-an-hour cutters. Unfortunately, having trouble getting him down in the zone.
Missed again, 3-0. Hart was an 11th round pick of the Orioles out of the University of Maryland in 2004, born in Greensboro, North Carolina. And he just walked in a run. That'll be charged to Will Oman, and it's now 6-2. And here's Mark Sweeney. He's the Dodger version of Daryl Ward. Always does a terrific job off the bench. He's second all time on the pinch hit list with 158. He has a long way to go to catch Lenny Harris with 212. Swing and a miss. Sweeney batting for Brad Penny. The kick and the 0-1. Missed it again. Maybe all Kevin needed was to throw that first strike, relax a little bit. Oh-2 and pop foul. Like yesterday, every Dodgers starter had a hit tonight. Kendall kept it in front of him.
You know, that looked like a legitimate slider that time from Kevin Hart at 87 miles an hour. Had a lot more downward movement than the cut fastball that he's throwing in the low 90s.
His first career strikeout.
Well, that's not an easy thing to do. Get Mark Sweeney to take a called strike three, especially with the bases loaded. This is one of those guys, his mouth waters when he gets an opportunity to go to the plate with runners in scoring position, and a real good pitch there by Kevin Hart, just frozen.
They're still full. It's for call. It was only the first out. Now, we haven't seen much of Kevin Hart, but his stuff looks good enough. Good movement on all of his pitches. Good sinker that time. 1-1.
Now, there's no question he's got a couple of pitches that will move away from a right-handed hitter or into a left-handed hitter. The cutter and the slider. That time a little two-seamer moving the other direction. $37,834 a paid attendance. Soriano coming in. Martin will tag at third. He's going to try to score. The throw to the plate. Tag applied. Soriano with another
assist. That's a big weapon, that left field arm out there. That's his second tonight. 6-2.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
I have a few questions for you. You gamble until you're broke? Have you borrowed money to gamble? Have you ever stolen to gamble? I did. My gambling cost me my job, my house, almost my marriage. But listen, you don't need to lose like I did. You can get help. Call 1-800-BETS-OFF. I did, and I got my life back.
Bigger, Bunder, better.
Better.
Better, bigger.
Slow internet got you tongue-tied? Kick your computer into high gear with Mediacom Online. With downloads up to 10 megabits per second, it's faster than any DSL broadband service anywhere and includes ESPN360.com, so you'll get the game and everything around it. Live matchups, real-time in-game stats, and more. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV and get Mediacom Online for only $19.95 a month for a year.
Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Stay tuned for Bacardi Late Night on Comcast Sportsnet. Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher with you. More Cubs baseball in just a moment. But first, a quick look at the other action in the NL Central. In Milwaukee right now, the Brewers are beating the Astros 5-3 in the top of the 8th. The Cardinals also winning their game against the Pirates. 6-2 is the score in the top of the 8th inning as well. Now it's time to go back to Wrigley Field and join Len and Bob.
Gail, thanks. It's 6-2, and it could have been a lot worse. The Dodgers did get a run on a bases-loaded walk, but then a double play as Soriano made the catch, retiring for call, and Russell Martin nailed at the plate. He was thrown out by a mile, and I'll be honest, I'm shocked that Russell Martin has remained in the game. He really landed awkwardly. Watch the left, I believe it is. Oh, that left foot.
Over in some pain right there. Nice job by Jason Kendall. You may notice he's got the ball in his bare hand as he reaches out there just to make sure that Martin was not able to dislodge it, but Martin laid there momentarily, got to his feet, went back to the dugout, put the gear back on.
Ethier's playing left, and Jonathan Broxton makes his 70th appearance. He sets up for Takashi Saito.
Well, Broxton just has ridiculous numbers this season. The 4-2 record, ERA of just over 2. 70 and 2/3 innings pitched, only 57 base hits, 85 strikeouts.
Over his last 97 outings dating back to July 26th of 2006, he has a 1.92 ERA. .97, but it missed. 1 ball, 1 strike on Derek Lee. Carlos Marmol on that list. There's some big guys on that list. Heath Bell, Derek Turnbow. Driven to right, but Kemp over to his left.
Cub fans, this Thursday the Cubs battle the Dodgers at 1:20 at beautiful Wrigley Field. All the day's action will be presented by LG. Head to www.lge.com to find the latest in plasma and flat panel TV technology. LG, life's good.
Thomas has reached on a walk and an error. 0 for 2 officially. Has scored a run. Sends it back up the middle. Kent's going to backhand and actually gets out of his glove. That'll be a hit for Ramirez.
Fists this ball back up the middle of the field, gets it past Broxton, and once it gets over that bag, even if Jeff Kent comes up with this ball cleanly, he has no play at first base on Ramirez. Boy, Daryl Ward's had himself a good night. Make it a great night. A couple of base hits, including a double and an RBI. He walked back in the first inning.
And we want to send out happy 8th anniversary wishes to Todd and Lisa Schroeder, celebrating their big day at the ballpark tonight. She's a Cub fan. He's a Dodger fan. And they're here with their children, Jacob and Alyssa.
Also, we want to send get well wishes to a great Cub fan, Donna Brookshire. Let's see you back here soon, Donna.
Broxton set. Wins that ball chest high before he fires. 2-1 on Daryl Ward. Not many have left, even though the Cubs trail by 4 late. They're hoping to see a big comeback. And you and I have both seen Brad Penny really on top of his game. I don't think tonight was one of those nights, but he was able to make big pitches when he had to.
Only 2 strikeouts in the ball game, which is very uncharacteristic for Brad Penny. He did walk 3 in the game, but as you said, when he needed to make big pitches, he was able to get the double play balls that really took the Cubs out of some big rallies.
He allowed 2, only 1 was earned. Well, you know Broxton's throwing hard when his off-speed pitches are at 88.
6'4", 290 pounds, according to the Dodgers media guy.
He makes that number 51 look really small. Ground ball. Not again. Another double play. That's 4 turned by the Dodgers tonight and give them 7 in the series. 6-2.
Are your kids dreaming of playing in the big leagues? Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are giving them a chance. Chevy's Diamond Dreams. Simply log on to ChevyDriveChicago.com, print out an entry form, and bring it to your local Chevy dealer now. Your kid could play for Ozzie or Lou at U.S. Cellular Field or Wrigley Field. Enter by September 8th for a chance to make their Diamond Dreams come true now.
That was a nice catch, kid.
passage is intense. But if you complete the journey, you will find your destiny among the world's greatest warriors. The few, the proud, the Marines.
After the ballgame, stick around for Cubs Post-Game Live. Get highlights of all the action, analysis from Dan Plesac, plus check in on Lou Pinella's post-game remarks. Don't miss Cubs Post-Game Live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Well, the Dodger pitching staff's best friend throughout this series has been the double play ball. Seems like whenever they've needed one, they have received it. The latest at 3-6-3, getting Broxton out of the 8th. Inside from Kevin Hart. Well, we had the shot of Jonathan Broxton and his number 51. Only a single digit for Juan Pierre, but it seems to take up a lot more space on his back. Fonzie with a catch, 1 out.
And talking about those double play balls, obviously the middle infielders get a lot of credit for turning the double play out there, but it really starts with the pitcher executing a good pitch. We used to call it double play lane, DP lane, about a ball inside the outside corner. Invariably, if you can make that pitch at the knees, you're going to get a ground ball somewhere to the middle of the field. And unfortunately, the Dodgers have been able to hit DP lane with regularity in this series.
And it's a defense that has committed its share of errors this year. One tonight and 101 on the year. Came in with tied for the second most in the National League. I wish I had better news in those other games, but Cardinals still leading. They're in the top of the 9th, 6-2 over the Pirates, and Milwaukee has a 5-3 edge in the top of the 9th at home over Houston. That's a 4-hit night for Kemp. And he's thinking triple. Long strides, and he'll get there easily. And any sort of bobble in the outfield or a bad throw to the infield, and he's going to score. Well, they have a lot of speed at the top of this lineup. Those three guys, Furcal, Pierre, and Kemp, they run as well as anybody.
Now, Kemp took a fastball that was down and in and somehow got the barrel of the bat on it and hit a line drive into the gap in right center and just streaked around the bases. You mentioned 4 hits on the night for Kemp. In his first at bat, he hit a rocket ground ball down to Ramirez at third base. It was ruled an error on Rami. He could very easily have 5 hits in this ball game.
Infield against Jeff Kent, which is never fun. You have to do it in this spot, down 4. Especially the kind of situation he just loves.
Especially those guys on the left side of the infield. Jeff Kent looking for a fastball from the middle of the plate in that he can jerk. This is his 16th season in the major leagues, Len, and I cannot remember that Jeff Kent has ever altered anything about his stance or approach at the plate. Very upright in the batter's box, well off the plate, dives a little bit, and looks to pull that ball hard to the left side.
This is just the 14th start for Matt Kemp, hitting 3rd in the Dodger lineup, but you'd be hard-pressed to find 1, 2, 3 in any lineup. 3 faster guys collectively.
Well, and we mentioned it earlier with the Dodgers' lack of home run power, especially in their own ballpark at night where it's really tough to hit home runs. That speed will definitely come to the fore for Grady Little. He'll find a way to use that speed, whether it's stealing bases, going first to third.
Hart's 0-2. Good fastball, and he gets Kent to swing and miss. Second strikeout for Kevin Hart in his major league debut.
It's that cutter, and he elevates it just a little bit to a good high fastball hitter. He sees it up there around the letters, and that ball just slides off the outside corner enough that Kent can't get a piece of it.
Boar's inside on Andre Ethier, his first at bat, just came in to play left. Unless something certainly not impossible but improbable happens, the Cubs lead is going to be down to a half game. The Cardinals already won, so they're within 1.5 and would be within 1 if the Dodgers hold on. And the Brewers are leading by 2 in the 9th. I do see the Astros have 2 on with only 1 out against Francisco Cordero. With Lance Berkman at the plate, Hunter Pence at second, and Chris Burke at first. So late rally. You just never know until they put the F up next to that line score. Looking at the bottom of the 9th for the Cubs, DeRosa, Jones, and Kendall due up.
Continues to cut that ball in on the knuckles of Andre Ethier at the plate. Just keeps pulling them foul. He would appear to be set up for some kind of an off-speed pitch away. I'm not sure Kevin Hart throws an off-speed pitch. It was the hard slider, the hard cutter, and the hard sinker.
Slow breaking ball, 2-2.
And we're not sure how much Kevin Hart is going to be used in the last month of the season, but I think this is a good idea, getting him in there, let him get his feet wet, get the nerves out of the way, make all the phone calls after the ball game to family and friends. And I mean, it's apparent that he's got a pitch that can get big league hitters out. That cut fastball is a devastating pitch. Mariano Rivera has lived with that pitch throughout his entire career. It looks like a fastball coming to the plate. The velocity is the same as the fastball, but the ball moves 6 to 8 inches in on the hands of a left-handed hitter.
We'll see where Kendall sets up shop for 2-2. He wanted to go with a backdoor slider, and it didn't slide very much. 3-2.
He's tried that twice in this sequence, and both times left it up high and away.
Strike 3. That time he found the sliver of the outside corner. Kevin Hart, very impressive. After he walked in the run, he finally got out of the 8th and gets out of a jam in the 9th. 6-2.
The next generation Nissan Altima. Recently awarded 5 stars for crash safety, the highest mark possible. Yup, it's that good. The Nissan Altima from just $19,800 at your Nissan dealer now.
They've stormed beaches and freed countries. They've raised our flag and our hope. They've been called leathernecks. They've been called devil dogs. But above all, they're called Marines.
Some days you have to be a superwoman in your 07 Chevy Impala. Unleashing your powers. Protecting the innocent. Or flying the family up, up, and around the way. With a little assistance from your sidekick. And the best coverage in America. And not a hair out of place. The 2007 Chevy Impala.
Visit ChevyDriveChicago.com for great offers today.
This year, when you can't be at home to watch the Cubs on TV, check out MLB.tv. You can watch every out-of-market game of the season live online, even when you're traveling. And this year, live radio broadcasts are included with a subscription to MLB.tv. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. Tony Abreu just got called up, and he is playing second base for Jeff Kent. Takashi Saito in a non-save spot looks to get the final 3 outs. How about that earned run average? 133, 8 walks in 54 innings with 69 strikeouts.
Yeah, hopefully Saito will be one of those closers that does not pitch as effectively in non-save situations. I mean, you better be ready to swing the bat. He's going to be in the strike zone.
And long delivery as he faces Mark DeRosa. Mark with 2 hits and 3 tries. A final in Milwaukee. The Brewers beat the Astros 5-3. Carlos Villanueva over Brandon Backey. Francisco Cordero with his 40th save. We mentioned earlier the Cardinals beat the Pirates 6-2. Joel Pinheiro over Matt Morris. Ryan Franklin got his first save. So Milwaukee within 1. Cardinals a game and a half back, and that could also change by another half game when this one ends. So if the Cubs don't come back, their lead will be down to a half over the Brewers and 1 over the Cardinals.
Like a lot of the Asian pitchers that come over to American baseball, Saito's got a lot going on in that delivery. A couple of near pauses in his windup. Anything to throw off the timing of that opposing hitter.
Just off the plate, DeRosa with new life.
See a little hesitation right there, hands straight up over his head, much like Hideo Nomo. Another little pause when he raises that front leg and then jumps at that hitter.
Best earned run average among all pitchers with at least 40 innings, but he walks the leadoff man, Mark DeRosa. Well, just to tell you how much things can change and how quickly they can change. Not too long ago, less than a week ago, the Cubs had the largest lead in any division in the National League. It was just 2.5, mind you, but remember the Phillies had gotten to within 2 of the Mets. Well, that was stretched out to 5. And if the Cubs cannot come back, there'll be 3 teams within a game. Saito is going to run that over, and that is a double play. The line out and 1-3 and another double play. Man. 2 outs.
Thought for a moment Saito might misplay that ball. He kind of reacted as if it were hit harder than it really was, but he's able to stay with it, make the easy toss on to Loney for the double play.
5 double plays. Wow. Here's Kendall. The Mets, by the way, won again tonight for their 5th in a row, 11-7 at Cincinnati, but the Phillies ended their 3-game skid 5-2 at Atlanta. Juan Pierre in center. And that's it. So the best the Cubs can hope for in this series is a split if they could take the final two. The final tonight, the Dodgers 6 and the Cubs 2. Steve Trachsel loses in his Cubs 07 debut. Made his first start tonight for the Cubs since 1999. A quality start. He gave up 3 runs in 6 innings. But Brad Penny was better. And the Cubs now have not only the Brewers but the Cardinals as well. Very, very close. A half a game separating the Cubs and the Brewers, and the Cardinals are only 1 back.
Well, somehow the Cubs have to find a way to stop this Dodger offense. Everybody up and down the lineup contributing for Grady Little.
Time now for the Nissan drive of the game. Not a home run was hit among the 22 hits, but we're going to go with Andy LaRoche with his RBI double off Kerry Wood in the 7th inning. So the Dodgers sit at 99 home runs. They have not hit one in the series, but Bob, they haven't needed one.
Well, you talked about the speed at the top of their order, and when you get contributions up and down and have guys who can run the bases the way the Dodgers can, they'll find a way to push them across. You just have to pitch them a little bit better, and Cubs pitching staff would like to find that double play mojo that the Dodgers staff has going right now.
Special thanks to our producer Bob Albrecht, our director Dave Turner, our associate producer Tamara Anderson, our stage manager in the booth Christine Charbonneau, the remote technical manager Mark Harper, our technical director Joe Vinci, the executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet Jim Corno Jr. Great work by our entire crew. Unfortunately, the final again tonight, the Dodgers 6 and the Cubs 2. So that will do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. It was Brad Penny over Steve Trachsel tonight. Penny with his 15th win. Trachsel his first National League decision here in 2007. 6-9 overall on the year. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet Thursday afternoon for the 4th and final game of this series. Good matchup on the hill. A couple of 11-game winners. Jason Marquis for the Cubs. Derek Lowe for the Dodgers. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Good night from the ballpark. Again, post-game.
And welcome back to our Comcast Sportsnet studio with Pat Boyle. I'm Mark Shanowski. Cubs post-game live is coming up next. You'll hear Lou Piniella's comments, and then we'll bring you Land Rover Sports Night, including Carlos Zambrano's apology to Cub fans for his comments following yesterday's booing episode out at Wrigley Field.
And we catch up with the Bears defense, who look to do a better job stopping LT than they did in that Nike commercial.
Phil Mickelson pulls out to the BMW Championship. We'll tell you why Lefty will not be teeing it up this week at Cog Hill.
And is Ozzie getting close to a contract extension on the South Side? We'll have the latest on Sports Night. But up next, it's Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac with Cubs Postgame Live.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
There's a place where anything goes, and the party never dies. And the party never dies. Never dies. Never dies. I'm gonna put an end to this. Sorry about this.
Resident Evil Extinction, rated R, in theaters September 21st.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
The police often question him just because they find him interesting. His beard alone has experienced more than a lesser man's entire body. His blood smells like cologne. He is the most interesting man in the world.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I prefer Dos Equis. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
A disappointing night for the Cubs as they fall to the Dodgers for the second straight game. 6-2 is your final from Wrigley Field. Steve Trachsel has to take the loss in his Cubs re-debut, we'll call it, the debut of 2007. So a loss for the Cubs, and Lou Piniella is already addressing the media. Let's go inside the Cubs clubhouse, brought to you by United.
5 double plays, 3 yesterday. Hard.
The hit selection, are you satisfied with,
the problem that we're having here is that we're not getting hits with men on base. That's a problem. And we don't have much speed. I've been thinking we might just go to the speed club that we have and try it that way. But we got to start scoring more runs. That's really the bottom line to this whole thing.
So you would consider?
I would consider, considering changing some things and putting some more speed into the equation. Yes.
Is lack of speed one of the reasons? Maybe?
I don't know about lack of speed. What I'm saying is we're not getting hits with men on base, and that's a problem. And consequently, what happens? The double plays are starting to mount up.
First inning with 3 and 2 on Derek. Was there any thought of sending the 2 runners?
Yeah, there was thought of it. Remember, Soriano's the one that we're taking care of as far as his leg is concerned. So, but the bottom line is whatever. We need to start scoring more runs, and it's simple. It's hard to win with the teams that we're playing with, putting 2 or 3 runs on the board.
Even feel like,
or less, huh?
Does it even feel like you're in first place right now?
We're in first place. Look, this has been like this all year. You all asked me that question yesterday.
All right, thank you.
All right. And the kid Hart did a nice job, by the way. Came in and pitched well and showed some poise.
Probably wanted to ease him in a little bit.
I wanted to, but we didn't have the choice, so... Daryl Ward swung the bat good. Nice offensive day for him. But got to start getting some hits with men on base and go from there. Thanks.
All right, so Kevin Hart making his major league debut. Some props here by Lou Piniella. The bullpen not too good for the Cubs. Starting pitching, okay, Dan, as you take a look at the line, Steve Trachsel actually pitched decently. He went 6 innings. Brad Penny for the Dodgers going 7 innings, but Trax leaves with a 3-2 deficit still, though, giving the Cubs a chance to win the ballgame.
You look at this box score in the morning, it's a little bit deceiving. Steve Trachsel actually pitched quite well. This was kind of the beginning of the end with 2 outs in the 5th inning. Brad Penny, an 0-1 pitch, hits a ball down the left field line, and then the Dodgers followed up with 3 consecutive hits to kind of get this game, to separate a little bit. Here, a bullet up the middle by Rafael Farcal. Fortunately, with Brad Penny running, they have to hold the runners. A fastball here supposed to be in, was kind of drifted out over the plate. Now the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead, and then another solid base hit to left field. Alfonso Soriano comes up up throwing here, another outfield assist, throws out Juan Pierre. You know, this game was a lot closer than it looked going into the 7th inning. When you're down 3-2 going into the 7th inning, Steve Trachsel did a very good job of keeping this. Really, the Cubs had some chances off of Brad Penny. Lou touched on it on the postgame when you hit into 5 double plays. Unfortunately, one of the double plays with first and third, Jock Jones hit a very hard one-hop line drive. There's not much you can do about that. Unfortunately, you know, as Lou touched on, you know, they're hitting into a lot of double plays, not scoring enough runs, and this is a team and an offense built on in a ballpark where you think that they would be able to score runs. Opposing teams seem to be coming in here and scoring some runs, hitting the ball out of the ballpark. The Dodgers did not tonight, but this is an offense that needs to start to give this pitching staff a little bit of breathing room.
All right, Dan Plesac to my left. I'm Gail Fisher. You're watching Cubs Postgame Live. Unfortunately, we're talking about another Cubs loss tonight. It is time for our Pontiac Opinion Poll question of the night. Should Steve Trachsel stay in the starting rotation for the rest of the season? You saw him perform tonight. Give us a yes or a no. Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your votes. We'll have the results later in the show. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Power captured by revolutionary V-Vel technology that responds instantly to your commands and unleashes power immediately. The all-new 330 horsepower Infinity G Coupe. Intensity captured.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
It's finally here, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance, with no interest for 6 years on Dodge Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan with stow-and-go seating and storage. Now, for the first time ever on 2007 Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan, well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 72 months. That's no interest for 6 full years. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance.
Bigger, bitter, better. Bigger, boogle. Bigger, better, blum.
Relax. Talk all you want with Mediacom Phone. All your calls in the U.S. and Canada are included for one low monthly fee. Plus popular calling features like voicemail and caller ID, all for one low monthly fee. Say goodbye to old-fashioned phone service. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV and get Mediacom Phone for as low as $29.95 a month.
Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Good call.
Welcome to Honda's ATV Planet. Today's episode, Power Steering, the chase is on. The team is out to track the tough Foreman 4x4 ES, the first of its species with power steering. They spot one, and the chase is on. Power steering gives it effortless handling, with no sign of fatigue. Then suddenly, it's gone. Another memorable adventure on ATV Planet.
Hawkeye Motorworks, 7805 North Division Street, Davenport.
Visit your neighbors at Blackhawk State Bank. Blackhawk State Bank is locally owned and operated. You'll find a friendly face waiting for you at every branch, waiting to greet you and provide you with courteous service. It's no wonder you feel like you're banking with your neighbors, 'cause you are. For all your banking needs, visit your neighborhood bank, Blackhawk State Bank, with 8 convenient full-service locations and 22 ATMs to serve you. Blackhawk State Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Down to 182 and has struck out 9 times this week. Carlos Lee, 185 with 10 Ks, and Brandon Webb, 0-2 with a 7.30 ERA this week.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Please visit rhinokidcare.com.
And time now for our National City NL Central standings. The Brewers and Cardinals both won tonight, so the Cubs' loss really hurts them. That lead in the Central is down to a half a game over the Brewers and 1 game over the Cardinals. So 2 straight losses to the Dodgers, Dan. And the Cubs are in a little bit of a tight spot now with that margin in the NL Central just slimming and slimming with the Brewers and Cardinals winning.
Well, what's so disappointing is you come off of 2 really big wins on Saturday and Sunday to close out that series with the Astros. You have the Dodgers coming in. It looks like a favorable matchup, pitching matchup with Carlos Zambrano against Esteban Loaiza in yesterday's Game 1. Steve Trachsel pitched well enough to win this game tonight, and this is a case right now where you're getting it. There's a little less than 4 weeks left in the season. All these games, all these series are going to be big, and somehow, some way, this Cub offense is going to need to start generating some runs, particularly early on in games. The last week to 10 days, these games that the Cubs have pulled out, you know, they're going into the 7th, 8th inning with 1 or 2 runs. They've got to find a way to try to muster some runs early to give this pitching staff a little bit of breathing room.
So some missed opportunities we talked about with that offense. They hit into 5 double plays, but also a bad night for the Cubs bullpen. They give up 7 hits and 3 runs collectively. Kerry Wood struggling a little bit. He gives up 2 runs as he comes in the 7th inning.
Well, this is really, you can't say that you expect it, but Kerry Wood virtually had no spring training and really hasn't been in any competitive baseball up until about 5.5 weeks ago. Here you see Jason Kendall sitting up and in for a fastball, wanting to be on the inner half of the plate till the roach, the ball completely on the other side of the plate. Worked around a couple of breaking balls. Here, there isn't anything you could do with this. When Juan Pierre lays down a bunt, it's a foot race to first base. But he's just not as sharp, and you're going to see that because he doesn't have the innings underneath his belt. In spring training, at times, he looks really good. He looks really sharp, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, 3-2 is manageable. Maybe the Cubs come back. The bullpen gives up 3 runs. Now you're looking at 6-2, and that was your final from Wrigley Field. The Cubs can hope to split this series. We'll look at the finale, or the Game 3, I should say, when we come back. And as we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now, at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Good things go fast. Real fast. The Polaris Power Play sales event going on now until September 30th. Now's the time to get model year-end clearance offers. Rebates up to $800 on Polaris ATVs and rebates up to $600 plus 4.99% financing on Ranger utility vehicles. Check them out now at your local Polaris dealer, because before you know it, they'll be gone. Polaris, the world's toughest ATVs. I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
They've stormed beaches and freed countries. They've raised our flag and our hope. They've been called leathernecks. They've been called devil dogs. But above all, they're called Marines.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
Welcome back, and here's a look at our Geico quote of the day coming from Carlos Zambrano as he talked about the fans booing him yesterday. Carlos said he said then, quote, "They've been waiting for 98 years for a world championship, something we don't do a good job, and they get frustrated." Actually, Carlos, it's been 99 years, but who's really counting? Let's check out our Pontiac Opinion poll question. Early in the show, we asked you, should Steve Trachsel stay in the starting rotation for the rest of the season? 65% of you say yes, you actually like this move, so we'll see. Trachsel having to take his first loss as a Cub in 2007. Tomorrow, in Game 3 of this 4-game set, it will be Ted Lilly against Eric Stultz. Stultz filling in for the suspended David Wells. Lilly still looking for win number 14. He's 0-2 in his last 4 starts. Dan, he hasn't won since August 9th.
He has been, when push has come to shove, the Cubs' most consistent starter from the beginning of the season to right now. And I think that's one of the things, the absence of getting Carlos Zambrano back. I think when he started to follow suit in early June, the rest of the starting rotation kind of followed Big Z. I think it's important for Z to get back on track. Look for Ted Lilly to keep this team in the game tomorrow. If they can score some runs early, on paper, looks like a favorable matchup for the Cubs, but they've got to start scoring some runs early in the game.
All right, we have to step aside for now. We would like to thank Giordano's Pizza for catering dinner to the entire Comcast Sportsnet crew. Tonight, Dano enjoyed his slice of pizza. I enjoyed mine. Thank you very much to Giordano's.
3 slices.
Oh, you're a 3-slice guy. All right. That's going to do it for Cubs Post Game Live. For Dan Presek, I'm Gail Fisher. Sports Night with Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski is coming up next. Our next Cubs telecast comes Thursday. We'll see you then.
Zambrano's coming up throwing. Going to be a play at the plate. Pierre slides in. He is.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
The GMC Summer Sell Down. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Yeah, well, it's a pretty good job, innit, when you think about it? I mean, basically, I help people save money, don't I? Like, I tell people they can save hundreds by switching to Geico. They go to geico.com, maybe save all this money on car insurance, and the next thing you know, I'm, like, invited to their wedding or whatever. One bloke actually asked me to be his best man. Dear, oh dear. Anyway, look, don't matter. Look, point is, if you want loads of friends, giving away money, it's not a bad idea.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price, and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Hi, I'm Daryl Ward of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
I am a human, you know. I make a mistake.
Big Z apologizes for yesterday's comments and says there's no hard feelings towards the fans.
This comes from my heart. I love these fans.
11 guys gonna hit the ball with him because, you know, he can make you miss.
Meanwhile, the Bears D prepares for a daunting task of trying to shut down last year's MVP.
Quick, very elusive. I mean, he's the best.
Plus, after getting stopped by Georgia Tech, does Charlie Weiss have a quarterback controversy?
I'm not looking to play musical quarterbacks.
Sometimes we get a bit squirrely. Sports Night starts right now.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Good evening once again. Thanks for hanging with us. Alongside Mark Shanowski, I am Pat Boyle. We have two outspoken, sometimes controversial Venezuelans on either side of town, but it hasn't hurt their bank accounts. Zambrano got his extension. Could Ozzy be next?
Outspoken Venezuelans. That's tough to say. We will hear from Big Z. We'll also have the latest on the Guillen rumors in just a bit. But first, we want to check out the action on the field. The game you just watched here on Comcast Sportsnet. Steve Trachsel beginning his second tour of duty in a Cubs uniform, facing the Dodgers. Trachsel known as a deliberate pitcher, but he showed some quickness in the second inning. The old pickoff move at first. He gets Matt Kemp caught in the rundown. Derek Lee and Ryan Theriot, they eventually take care of the out. He's out of the baseline. You're out. Brad Penny going for the Dodgers. He was the National League starting pitcher in the All-Star game. Cub half of the first, 2 on, no outs. But Penny gets Derek Lee to ground into the double play, and that would be a recurring theme all night. 2 walks load the bags for Mark DeRosa. He drives with Gonzalez had to wait to see if it would be caught, so he winds up getting forced out at second. That's a tough break for him. Later in the inning, James Loney at the dish. She drives one to Theriot at short. Riot doubles Martin off first, so Trachsel's out of the jam just like that. Double play helping the Cubs that time. To the LA fourth, Gonzalez lines one past the diving Derek Lee. Kemp comes in from second to score, and the Dodgers get first blood. They lead it 1-0. To the Cubs half of the fourth, DeRosa at the plate, base at the left field. Ward running on the pitch, and he knows that Luis Gonzalez has had arm surgery. He runs right on into third, makes it easily. And the heads-up play leads to a run. Jock Jones a chopper to second. Watch DeRosa take out Rafael Furcal. No relay throw there. The fielder's choice scores Ward. The Cubs tied at 1. Dodgers respond in the 5th inning with 2 outs. Brad Penny, the pitcher, a shot into the left field corner. The big boy lumbering into second with a double. Not a lot of speed there, but then he's paid to pitch, not to run the bases. 2 batters later, it's the former Cub, Juan Pierre. He slaps a base hit to right. Penny's able to trot in from third, so the Dodgers take a 2-1 lead on a 2-out RBI. Kemp is next. He singles to left. He had a big night. Furcal scores. Pierre trying to score as well, but Soriano's throw right on the money. He's out of there. Still, the Dodgers get 2 runs with 2 outs. They lead it 3-1. To the Cubs 6th, Ward with a man on, drives one deep to center field. Pierre's not going to catch that. Aramis Ramirez trying to score all the way from first, but you know he's had leg problems all year. Laboring coming home, but the head-first slide gets him in there just ahead of the tag. The LA lead is cut to 1. Runners out, the corners, 1 out, but Penny gets Jones to roll into the double play, and the threat is ended. Bad break for the Cubs there. Kerry Wood in to pitch the 7th inning, but he really didn't have it tonight. Andy LaRoche goes after the high fastball. He belts it into the right field corner. Loney scores. Dodgers go back in front by 2, and they add 2 more to make the final score 6-2. Pretty solid outing by Trachsel in his return to the Cubs. He goes 6 innings, giving up 3 runs on 7 hits with 1 walk and 3 Ks. Cubs certainly had their chances against Penny, but they were hurt by 5 double plays. They fall to 4-4 on the current 10-game homestand. Here's the manager, Lou Piniella.
The problem that we're having here is that we're not getting hits with men on base. That's a problem. And we don't have much speed. I've been thinking we might just go to the speed club that we have and try it that way. But we got to start scoring more runs. That's really the bottom line to this whole thing.
Felt good. It was definitely exciting. It's nice to be back, like I said, and so I expect to be out there, every time I go out there, crowd into it, and with every pitch, it's a lot of fun.
I'm sure we'll see Trachsel get another start. So how would the second-place Brewers do against Houston after blowing another 3-run lead yesterday? They get off to a good start in the first. That's the hot-hitting rookie Ryan Braun, his 27th homer of the season off Brandon Backey. Milwaukee up 1-0. To the bottom of the fifth, Brewers up 1. Corey Hart sends a shot down the left field line. Gabe Gross is going to try to score all the way from first, and he has the wheels to make it there in time. Brewers get a little bit of breathing room, 3-1. Next batter is Jeff Jenkins, ground ball to second. I guess we're not going to see that. Brewers go on to win the game. Final score of 5-3.
Card started the night 2 games out. St. Louis hosting Pittsburgh first sitting. Rick Ankiel. Can you get the Comeback Player of the Year award playing in like 40 games? This guy should get it if he can. 20th ribby in 21 games. Ankiel would later score on a sac fly. Squirrel wreaking havoc in the St. Louis outfield. Marty Mason trying to corral the squirrel with the hot towel treatment. He gone. Back to the game. Bases loaded for Chris Duncan. He slaps one in the left. David Eckstein and Ankiel score. Jim Edmonds hustling all the way from first, and he'll beat the throw home. Cards go up 3 on the bases clearing double. They hold on to win 6-2. So bad news for the Cubs. Both the Brewers and the Cardinals win tonight. Here's a look at your up the second NL Central standings. Milwaukee now a half game back of the North Siders. The Cardinals now a game back, and down the stretch they come.
And the pressure is really building. Now to the Cubs' damage control before the game at Wrigley Field tonight. The last thing this team wants right now is the distraction of an ongoing feud between their ace pitcher and some 41,000 screaming fans out at Wrigley Field. So Carlos Zambrano went back to the interview room and tried to make things right with Cubs Nation. Mitch Robinson picks up the story.
There's a moment yesterday that I was angry, and you know, man's human being when they're angry, sometimes they oversay a lot of things that, you know, shouldn't say, you know. And I am a human, you know. I make a mistake, and the good thing about myself is when I make a mistake, I know that I have to apologize. I know that I have to do the correct things. They have the right to boo people, to do whatever they have to do, because they've been waiting for 98 years, and you know, sometimes we don't do a good job, and they get frustrated too. And you know, I apologize to all those read the paper today, or to all those who were offended.
Carlos says the right thing is to get back to the old Carlos, something he said following his fight with Michael Barrett. At that time, it worked when he reeled off 2 dominant months on the mound. GM Jim Henry hopes for the same results this time.
If I didn't know him so well off the field, and I've known him 10 years, I know how badly he wants to win. Obviously, it's no secret how badly he wants to be here. He didn't have to choose to stay here, and he never really played the card that he wanted out, which he could have, and a lot of people do. For leverage. I think he's going to get better, and I think this may be one of those days where he learns a valuable lesson and maybe makes some adjustments before it goes any farther.
My main things right now is speech, and I would try to come down with some batting or running that would affect me in my pitching processing.
Larry and I, our jobs are to get this guy back to where he was in June and July, and we'll do everything we can. I mentioned yesterday after the game, I got the utmost confidence that he will. So we'll sit down and talk to him tomorrow. He and I probably have a lot in common because I've stuck my foot in my mouth a lot of times too. And as I've gotten older, I've gotten a little wiser. And you make mistakes in life. And when you make mistakes, you're a man and you apologize like he did.
Carlos won't get the true feedback from the fans until the Cubs return for their next homestand. His next scheduled time to pitch should be September 17th, the first game against Cincinnati. We'll see if the fans boo or cheer Carlos at that time. With the Cubs, Mitch Robinson, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Mitch, thank you. To football now. There's a Nike ad running right about now that shows Chargers Pro Bowl running back LaDainian Tomlinson weaving his way through the entire Bears defense. The real Bears feel this is false advertising. Sunday, They get to shoot their own 3-hour infomercial at LT's place, one they hope doesn't resemble their Super Bowl effort, where they gave up 430 yards of total offense. William Jackson has more in our football coverage presented by Amco.
The Bears entered the season opener in San Diego with arguably the best defensive unit they've had in quite a while. So maybe it's only fitting they face a highly explosive Charger squad with one of the best offensive units in the game. So they'll find out quickly just how good they are.
Really, it's going to all start, and our identity is going to hinge on this game, you know, and what kind of momentum we have going through the seasons. I think it'll be a good challenge for us, though, to see where we are and, you know, what we need to do and what lies ahead of us for the rest of the season.
I think it'll gauge where we are. I mean, it's, I guess, a clash of two titans, if you want to say. But, I mean, it'll be a great test just to see what's going on with us, where we are.
No doubt their biggest challenge will be to try and find a way to slow down the league's most valuable player from a year ago, LaDainian Tomlinson, who is not only the team's top rusher, but also second in receiving.
He's explosive, he's hard to tackle, hard runner, quick, very elusive. I mean, he's the best.
But for all the talent Tomlinson possesses, setting a new NFL touchdown record last year with 31 total, 28 on the ground, the Bears say they really won't change a whole lot on D to slow him down. It's all about execution.
We just play our defense. You know, we run to the ball, we swarm. You need 11 guys going to the ball with him because, you know, he can make you miss.
I think all of our run fits have to be correct. I mean, because he can definitely find the open hole or, you know, just hit the outside. So I think that's one of the things that makes him one of the best, if not the best, running back in the league.
He's obviously, we know what he's able to do in this league speaks for itself. You know, you just got to go out there and play swarming defense and not let him breathe.
But Tomlinson, not the only offensive weapon the Chargers have. The Bears will also have to account for tight end Antonio Gates.
You know, he's another guy on their team that you definitely have to contain. You know, I think obviously on their offense, LaDainian is number one and Gates is number two.
He's one of the best tight ends in the game, you know, if not the best. And it'll be a great challenge. You know, it'll be a great challenge for our defense, for our safeties, for anybody that's covering him.
Their fullback, he's a Pro Bowler, Phillip Rivers, Antonio Gates, you know, so they have a talented group of young men on that team.
And Hallis all with the Bears, William Jackson, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Billy Jack, thank you very much. Bears Postgame Live is back this Sunday and after every Bears game. Make sure you flip over to Comcast Sportsnet immediately following Sunday's tilt in San Diego. You hear Lovey and Rex's post-game press conferences live. Billy Jack will be outside the Bears locker room. Former Bears quarterback Jim Miller joins the party this year along with Dan Jiggets and Jerry Azuma.
Well, it sure didn't take long for Notre Dame football coach Charlie Weis to decide, you know what, I better get freshman phenom Jimmy Clausen ready to quarterback this team for the next few years. Because after getting waxed at home by Georgia Tech last Saturday, Weis basically declared the future is now. Clausen will start this weekend at Penn State, a pretty tough assignment. Weis says surgery on Clausen's throwing elbow back in spring football was the main reason why the freshman was brought along slowly during preseason training camp. But Weis adds Clausen is now fully recovered and ready to take the controls of his pro-style offense.
I think he's ready to run offense. You know, if I didn't think he was ready, I wouldn't do this. I think that he was always ready mentally. It's just that his arm wasn't a full go until the end of last week, which is exactly what we thought it would be ready. We thought it would be ready by the end of last week, but his arm's ready to go, and mentally he's in good shape. He's been getting reps all along. We just have been keeping him from overexerting himself in the pass game. This evaluation process really was one that went on through the whole spring, right on to this point right now. I'm not looking to play musical quarterbacks.
Good luck and happy Valley. We saw further proof this week in why college preseason polls are ridiculous, as the not-so-Fab 5 ranked Michigan Wolverines were upset by Appalachian State. Today, Big Blue was bounced from the top 25. Since the AP poll expanded in 1989, nobody has ever taken a bigger tumble in 1 week. Wisconsin took U of M spot at 5. USC remains numero uno. That got us to thinking for tonight's Land Rover Big Question. Before today, which team had the largest drop in the AP poll since the expansion in 1989? I'll give you a hint. Got some local ties to it. We'll have the answer after this time out. But first, a week after Ozzie said if this year's struggles are his fault, fire him. It appears the Sox skipper might be on the verge of a contract extension. WMVP reports the Sox are close to announcing a multi-year extension with Ozzie. Our Chuck Garfien spoke with Ken Williams tonight about the contract rumors, and he had no comment. Meanwhile, Guillen says the extension talks are news to him. Here's what Ozzie told WhiteSox.com before tonight's game. Quote, "I'm not going to lie to you guys, never. The idea is there. People want me to ask for another contract and make sure people know about it. I'm not that type of person. I go about my business. I got one more year with an option, and I expect them to pick up my contract. I don't expect anything different, but Kenny never mentioned anything to me." Stay tuned on that. Now, if Ozzie's contract was based on how his team played against the Tigers, he could write his own check. John Garland brought his A game tonight to the Motor City. Gets Carlos Guillen window shopping in the second. Garland with 4 strikeouts tonight. Next inning, Josh Fields blasts a Jeremy Bonnerman hanger over the wall left center. His AL rookie leading 18th. Sox strike first. Garland back to work in the 5th. Gets the Blue Island native Curtis Granderson to whiff to end the frame. Now in the 6th, one on for Alex Absolute Cintron. Beat the Tigers twice last season. Cintron with a 2-run shot there. His first of the season puts the good guys up 3. Bottom of the inning. Tigers trying to respond. Guillen pulls one to right, but that brings in Omar Infante. Tigers now down 2 with runners at the corner. But Garland slams the door shut, gets Marcus Timms to end the threat. Garland 7 strong, just the 1 run. Bobby Jenks having some issues in the 9th. With 2 on, he gets Granderson with the nasty breaking ball, picks up his 37th save. Sox win it 3-1. They're 9-4 against Detroit this season, 6-1 at Comerica Park. Well, you can see they can go to 7-1 tomorrow night. From the D, Kenny Rogers comes off the DL for Detroit. Gavin Floyd goes for the Southsiders. First pitch slated for just after 6 right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Too bad they can't play the Tigers every night. Yeah. Still to come, our baseball insider Ken Rosenthal stops by to give us his take on Big Z's outburst and who he thinks the Sox might be looking at in the free agent market. Pretty good hint for you on the screen. Plus, as expected, Phil Mickelson opts out of the BMW Championship. We'll tell you why golf's new playoff format is off to a pretty rocky start. Next on Land Rover Sports Night.
Land Rover Sports Night is brought to you by your local Land Rover dealers. The adventure begins at your Illinois Land Rover retailer today.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the 2nd annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The 2nd annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
Here's Jax. We're gonna make some big changes. Yeah, free live music and not an Appletini in sight. Excuse me, ma'am. 2 more highlights for my friends here. All right? Get on up here. Is this thing on? Woo! Jax Bar, congratulations. Your support for the High Life shall now be immortalized. Light it up. Woo! Why y'all let me do that? The High Life is on.
Save up to 80%. The Jewelry Exchange has quarter-carat journey pendants for $89, 2-carat tennis bracelets $399, 3-stone rings $149, 2 carats $19.90. We guarantee our jewelry to appraise for double. Buy direct. The Jewelry Exchange in Villa Park.
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell-Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
the GMC Summer Selldown. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Former Blackhawk Jeremy Roenick is going to try and score his 500th career goal as a member of the San Jose Sharks. The 37-year-old highlighted unrestricted free agent was talking retirement after he tallied only 28 points in 70 games with Phoenix last year. He's 5 goals shy of 500, so today his former Chicago teammate Doug Wilson signs him to a 1-year deal.
16th goal of the year. Well, it turns out Chicago golf fans will not be treated to another shootout between Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson. Mickelson did follow through on his comments after yesterday's win at the Deutsche Bank Championship and officially withdrew from this week's tournament out at Cog Hill. Mickelson held off Woods in yesterday's final round to win by 2 strokes and move into first place in the FedEx Cup playoffs. Now, the BMW Championship is the 3rd leg of the series leading up to next week's Tour Championship. The top 70 players in the standings qualified to be at Cog Hill, but Mickelson said he's not going to make the trip. He wants to spend more time with his family, although he was in the Chicago area today at a corporate outing, but that's a different story.
Daddy's got to pay the bills.
That's right. The players will tell you it's not ideal to commit to 4 straight tournaments this late in the season.
Yeah, somewhat surprised. I mean, I think if the tour were going to look back in hindsight, then you know the idea was to get all the top players to play in all 4, and obviously Tiger's missed one. Ernie didn't play last week, and I heard Phil is questionable. So that's obviously not what the tour wanted. So I think they're going to have to really look at that and figure out if there's another way they can do that. To try and make the players come and play 4. Obviously, we're all individual people, and we can choose which schedules we want to do and what's important to us, But, for me, it was important to play all 4, and hopefully I will be.
And now back to baseball. It's our pleasure to welcome in baseball insider Ken Rosenthal from FoxSports.com for his weekly visit. Of course, Carlos Zambrano is the talk of Chicago today, but for all the wrong reasons. Ken, what kind of problems does the player create for himself by stepping out and criticizing his own fans?
Big problems, and I think Zambrano was seriously mistaken when he did that. As emotional as he might have been and frustrated as he might have been with the response, the bottom line is his last 6 starts have been brutal, and when you get booed like that, you basically have to take it, especially after you sign the big contract. By contrast, yesterday in St. Louis, Kip Wells, not a great outing for him either, gets booed, and his reaction was the professional reaction. The people pay their money. They have a right to say what they want. Players don't like it. I understand why players don't like it. I don't think any of us in our jobs would like to be booed, but at the same time, it does come with the territory, and Zambrano needs to realize that.
Well, as you mentioned, Carlos hasn't won a game since August 1st, and the whispers won't go away that maybe his shoulder might be hurting. Have you heard anything about some possible physical problems for Big Z?
There are whispers around the game anytime a big-time pitcher struggles. The first question people ask is he hurt? I don't think Zambrano is hurt. I think he was pitching too well beforehand, and even yesterday, watching him at times during that game, his stuff was good. So I don't see any great signs of drop-off physically. Scouts might see it differently. I don't have that kind of trained eye. But right now, if he doesn't say he's hurt, if the team doesn't say he's hurt, and if he keeps going out every 5th day, the presumption is that he's healthy.
The Cubs picked up Steve Trachsel before the deadline. How important can it be to get a veteran pitcher like that for the stretch games?
In contrast to Zambrano, Trachsel had a monster August, pitching for the Orioles, an American League team, against that tough American League competition. He can be a help to them, especially because their schedule gets a little bit tight here with a lot of games in a limited number of days. I don't think people there should expect him to be a savior, but what Steve Trachsel does, and he does it slowly on the mound, but he does it, is generally pitch with great competence. And in this day and age, that's an incredibly valuable thing. So I do think the 2 or 3 starts, 4 starts he gives them down the stretch will be useful to the Cubs.
Let's switch over to the White Sox. There are some rumors about a possible contract extension for Ozzie Guillen before the season ends. Anything to report on that one?
I don't have anything new on that, but I do believe it is going to happen. And whether it happens before the season ends, whether it happens tomorrow or in a month, that is the direction the White Sox are going in. People all over the country ask, why does Ozzie still have a job with some of the comments that he makes? But White Sox people know that that is part of his deal. That's part of what Ozzie is. That is, in large part, why the team hired him in the first place, to get that energy, that character, that salt-of-the-earth kind of approach, to put it mildly. And I do think that Jerry Reinsdorf, as owner, certainly understands that. The one thing I'll mention, people have said over the last couple of weeks, boy, he must be losing that clubhouse with some of the guys that he has singled out and some of the things he has said. Well, they've had 2 major contract extensions signed within the last month. That's Burley and it's Jermaine Dye, the last 6 weeks. If those guys were so unhappy, if that clubhouse was so miserable, you would not have seen them sign those contracts.
Ken, if they do bring back Ozzie Guillen, Kenny Williams is in place as a general manager, does that send a message to potential free agents that you know what you're getting into? These guys are going to be around for a while?
Yes, it absolutely does. And generally with free agents, money talks the loudest. And they can say all they want about, oh, I wanted a competitive situation. I wanted this school district for my daughter. But the bottom line is, in most cases, 90% or above, the guys take the most money. But at the same time, there are players who are looking for a competitive situation. And when you talk about a player like Torrey Hunter, he is a very competitive guy. He wants to win. And I think it would be attractive to him to play for guys with as much fire as he has. Sometimes that fire with both Kenny and Ozzie can kind of run overboard. But at the same time, I think players respect it for the most part, except, of course, when they're in the middle of those 2 guys' crosshairs.
You mentioned Torrey Hunter. I guess he didn't show up for the groundbreaking ceremony for the Twins' new stadium. Some people taking that as a sign he's not coming back to the Twins next season.
That, and he has rejected an offer from the Twins anywhere between 3 and 4 years, $13–15 million per season. And that shows me right there that there's going to be an issue here, that most likely he is going to enter the free agent market. And when he does, he will be the most attractive center fielder, in my opinion, available as a free agent. Andrew Jones, great player, future Hall of Famer, no doubt. But Torrey Hunter has had a much better season than Andrew Jones. And if anything, he might be pricing himself out of the White Sox range, because if he's going to get Vernon Wells, Ichiro Suzuki type money, $18 million per season, I do think the White Sox would think twice about that.
Well, I know Ozzie would love to pencil Torrey Hunter in for center field next season. Ken, thanks for the knowledge as always. We'll look forward to visiting with you next week.
All right, good stuff, guys. After tonight's loss to Los Angeles, Lou Piniella said he may have to go to his speed lineup. The riot in D-League. We'll discuss the Cubs' struggling offense next on Sportsnet.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the 2nd annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The 2nd annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
Bigger, better, bitter.
Bigger, better bundle. Bigger, better bumble. Bigger.
Wait, getting better TV is easy with the digital 2-star pack, part of the Bigger, Better bundle, with up to 43 channels of Stars and Showtime, plus 2,000 on-demand titles that you can start, rewind, pause, and fast forward with your remote.
Can't do that with a dish.
Get the Mediacom digital 2-star pack with Showtime on demand for only $9.95 a month for a year.
Call 1-800-CABLE TV. Good call.
I have a few questions for you. You gamble until you're broke? Have you borrowed money to gamble? Have you ever stolen to gamble? I did. My gambling cost me my job, my house, almost my marriage. But listen, you don't need to lose like I did. you can get help. Call 1-800-BETS-OFF. I did, and I got my life back.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them. We've got them in our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
The Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
The pitch. Kent for call. Head first slide, but Jock is out at first base. It's a double play.
Welcome back to Land Rover Sports Night. Carlos Zambrano made his pregame apology to Cub fans out at Wrigley Field. Then it was time to go to work against the Dodgers, but things didn't work out all that well.
For Steve Trachsel, it was take two on the north side. He went 6 innings, gave up 3 earned, but it was the bullpen of the North Siders that struggled, and so did that Cubs offense. They hit into 5 double plays tonight.
Every team kind of goes through it. Hopefully we can right the ship here pretty quick before we get ourselves in trouble. You know, always you can always point to that. You know, anytime you start to see lack of offense, normally starts with timely hitting, getting guys on base, and they're without 2 outs.
We got to do a better job of scoring runs. Tonight, honestly, I think I had a bigger bat in that first inning. Sometimes the key at bat comes early, and we lead off with 2 singles. I got to do a better job right there. You put pressure on him early. You can make it a rough night for him, but the double play, now he's feeling right back good again, and he's too good of a pitcher. When he feels good, he's going to be good.
Here's something we don't often see the night the Cubs lose, that the Brewers and Cardinals are both winners. Milwaukee now just a half game back of the Cubs, and the Cardinals are now a game back as St. Louis beat Pittsburgh 6-2. Milwaukee took care of Houston 5-3.
It's going to be wild over the last 3.5 weeks. Up next, we'll check in on the Fighting Illini. Ron Zook sees plenty of room for improvement after Saturday's loss to Missouri. We'll hear from the always animated head coach next on Sports Night.
Here's to waking up Thursday and thinking it's Friday.
Brighten up your morning with 2 Egg McMuffin sandwiches, 2 Sausage McMuffin with egg sandwiches, or 1 of each for just $3. It's Wednesday, dude.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the 2nd annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The 2nd annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope.
What makes my wife Margaret and me emotional is seeing kids in hospitals. That's why we helped start Rhino Kid Care.
The first time I saw a child smile on the hospital bed, I knew I wanted to help.
When the worst fears of parents come true, Rhino Kid Care works to help a whole family live through the crisis. Join the cause.
biscuit sandwiches for just $3.
Earlier in the show, we asked you the Land Rover big question before today. Which team had the largest drop in the AP poll since 1989? Michigan dropped from 5th all the way to 27th. The answer is Notre Dame. 16 spots. They went from 9th to 25th back in September of 1995 after they lost 17-15 to Northwestern.
Gary Barnett, the big upset. More college football news. Fans in Lincoln, Nebraska still aren't sure if Bill Callahan is the right guy to bring back the glory days.